it to the next level.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Pro Tour Live here at Online Darts. Myself, Jack Garwood, joined by Phil Bars at the end of MODUS Super Series today. How are we all doing, folks? Juanita's in. How we doing? Tommy's in. Good afternoon, mate. How you doing? Joe's in. He says it's 4:30 a.m. here in California. Have a great day, everyone. Don't forget to stand up if you love darts. I'm doing some standing up later. There's only so much sitting down I can do. Hi, Zane. How we doing? Stuart is in. He says, what time does it start? Play should be underway from 1 o'clock. Azza, I think my interview went okay. I gave it the best, and that's all I can do. Just got to wait now and see if it got the job or not. Well done, mate. Hopefully all the advice we gave you yesterday paid off. Danny's in. He says, hello and good afternoon. How are we doing, Danny? Who will win the World Cup? What World Cup? We've only just had the World Cup. (8 p.m. Tuesday in Perth. Let us know where you're watching from. Am I going to any of the match play? Not me. Lee and Phil are already up there. So someone's got to hold down the fort. Afternoon, Joe. How are we doing? Jeff's in from Canada. Good morning. How are we doing, buddy? I don't want going to the Saturday night. Going to be the first Saturday, opening night, or the second Saturday? Just trying to get the stream set up. We are doing the Fallout. Not all of them will be me, but a few of them will be. What time does it go live in Eastern Canada? Thank you. 2 minutes time. (10 p.m. in New South Wales. Is New South Wales East Coast then and Perth West Coast? Or is it the other way around? Morgan says, hello, love last night. Yeah, look, last night's live lounge was very enjoyable for all four of us. Special guest Fallon Sherrock as well. She looks to successfully defend her match play crown. Chris is in. He's watching from Gloucestershire. $12 missing again today or more. I know Luke Humphreys put on socials that he was intended on pulling out but has stayed. There is one swap in Gian Van Veen has definitely withdrawn from today. He's studying. That was part of the list yesterday. It's just me until about 2:30. And then Phil will be joining me. He's working on the MODUS Super Series right now, so he'll join us live from Portsmouth. Perth is west, yeah. Perfect. Have a few games warming up. Is Cabby going to play at all this year? Depends if and when he gets his visa issues resolved, I guess. I suspect if they get resolved in due course, then we will. I'd be very surprised if there isn't some sort of living arrangement already planned with Damon and Megan Hetta. Can Conan White get further than second round today? Let's have a look who Conan is playing. Conan's got Chris Lambman to open, an all Super Series clash. What time is Hurrell versus Dolan on? Your guess is as good as mine. They're on first, on board 11, so they should be starting in a couple of minutes' time. Who do you want to win the match play and who do you think is gonna? Two completely different things. Last night I predicted Michael Smith. No, I didn't. I said Luke Humphries will beat Michael Smith in the final. Is my prediction. Who I want to win it, James Wade. No, I've gone Humphries for the match play. Although I wouldn't mind seeing a rolling back the years Gary Anderson lift another either. That would be magnificent. Aspinall for the match play. Who's the Asp playing today? Shall we take a quick look? Remember, they play in reverse seed order today, and streaming boards involve seeds 2, 4, 6, and 8 for the first 3 rounds. Aspinall takes on Martin Lukeman, who's on the same board as Ricky Evans, Daryl Gurney, Josh Payne. We do have a live game. Lovely. So we should be getting a few more shortly. That one can stay where it is. Do we have Streaming Board 2 live yet? There we go. Some drop-down menus. Afternoon, Scotty. How are you doing? I'm all good, thank you. Which player is Callum Ridd going to play? Callum Ridd will take on Jose de Souza in the first round. Interesting board that. It includes Gary Anderson against Jules van Dongen, Mickey Mansell and Florian Hempel, Jose de Souza, Callum Ridd, Martijn Kleermaker and Ross Montgomery. Now this, folks, is the problem with the current way that they do the board allocations. Because yesterday, Ricardo Pietreczko was on one of the 4 streaming boards. I'm convinced he was. Now his seeding has changed, and it means he drops straight into the same board as the other players. We do need a feature game. Who do we have then? We've got Whitlock, Pietreczko, Dedeker, and Steve Beaton as your 4 at the minute. Should we go Gary, Jules van Dongen, anyone? It's a small matter of board number 12, which means we have to do this. Barney alarm time. Taking on Aaron Monk. Should be an interesting one. Then in the chat room know, didn't Robbie Knops hurt himself significantly working? I thought I read somewhere that it was going to be out for pretty much most of the season. Afternoon, Els. Dobie, he did. That's an 11. 12 dart to open for Petrescu. 14 for Willie O'Connor. 14 for Josh Payne. 16 for Steve Beaton. 15 for James Wade. Yeah, I thought he'd like broke his back or something. Was that not true? Or has he just recovered ridiculously quickly? $12 dart leg to open for Aaron Monk against Barney. Who's Josh Rock got today? Stephen Burton he starts against. He will be on streaming board 3, which is where Steve Beaton and John Wilkinson currently are. Ryan Joyce, Richie Burnett, Josh Rock, Steve Burton, Rusty Jake Rodriguez, and Ryan Meikle. Who else do we have on a streaming board today then? Simon Whitlock's board means we will see Ronnie Hybrex against Thibaut Tricol. Luke Humphreys, yesterday's champion, against Karol Sedlacek, and Adam Smith-Neal against Scott Mitchell. Then we're looking for Petrescu. That is board 5. Yep, Laura, board 5 is a streaming board. Petrescu versus Damien Moll is on there now. Then we'll see John O'Shea against Bradley Brooks. Damon Heta will take on Owen Roloffs, and Owen Bates is on that board against Devin Peterson. And the final one we're looking for is board number 3, Mike DeDecker against Robbie Knops. Keane Barry was on the streaming board yesterday. He'll take on Graham Hall. Joe Cullen will take on Adam Gaulas, and James Wilson against Rob Owen. Will you see me in Q School? Not a chance. Brendan Dolan's taken the first leg against James Hurrell in 13 darts. Petrescu's 2-0 up on Damien Moll, averaging 111. Some interesting averages flying in to start here early on. At both ends of the spectrum, Barney's averaging 105 and is 2-0 down to Aaron Monk, who's averaging 111. Willie O'Connor 103, Brendan Dolan 115, Petrescu 111. Opposite end of the spectrum, though, Gary Anderson only averaging 80 to start, finds himself 2-0 down to Jules Van Dongen. 78 average for Richard Vainstra. He's 3-0 behind to Gabriel Clemens. Who's that joining threads? Gando gets one back. Afternoon, David. How are we doing? Will the Premier League format change next year? I think it's certainly possible after the PDC have sent out a survey requesting fan feedback on the tournament. The last time they did that was the World Cup, and changes were made within a year. Why can you only watch 2 boards? On PDC TV, should be 4 there, mate. Yeah, not bad, thank you, buddy. Refreshed and ready to go again. Willie O'Connor's averaging 109 and finds himself 2-1 down to Manners Rasma. Barney averaging 102 is 3-0 down to Aaron Monk. Chris Dobie absolutely flying. What a start this is in that game on board 16. He's 3-2 up on Boris Kuchma. Kuchma's averaging 111.92. Dobie 118.32. What's he been up to over here? Winning legs of 11-14. Kuchma in 13. Dobie in 10. And Dobie in 13. Gabriel Clemens now 5-0 up on Richard Veenstra. It's looking like Gaga might be the first player through to the next round. Andrew Gilding going under the radar a bit. He's 4-0 up on Luke Peters. Steve Beaton 4-0 up on Sean Wilkinson. Barry Anderson has levelled up at 2 apiece from 2-0 behind, as has Kuchma levelled up at 3 apiece. He's averaging 112 now. Afternoon, Dan. How we doing, mate? Oh, it might be that time again, you know. It just started lashing it down outside. There we go. Get some light in here.
I don't know that one.
Shut up. Thanks for that. Who's my picks for today then, for the final? Good question. I'm going to let Wadey gets there today. We've been playing some good stuff. Wade versus Dobie is today's final. You heard it here first. It's just started lashing it down here in Nottingham. Which is funny. Because I have to park around the back of my house because people from opposite park in front of my own house. Someone's been doing some work on my neighbour's house and they were parked in my spot next door. And then they brought their van around and got absolutely soaked picking up all of their tools, which is quite funny. Ha. Have I ever been to any darts tournaments? Yeah, plenty. World champs 3 times, Blackpool twice now, Grand Prix in Leicester twice, been to Minehead for both the UK and the players, been to the Premier League. I've done all of the seniors events, every single one. Played in a few dev tours a few years ago. They just all happened to be in Wigan. What's my favourite? James Wade is the first player through, or was he? Or was it Mike Dedecker? Both complete 6-1 wins at the same time. James Wade beats Radek Sagansky 6-1, 104 average for Wade. Mike Dedecker beats Robbie Knop 6-1, 94 average for the real deal. He'll be making his UK World Match Play debut on the weekend. What's your favourite? Do you know what? I'm a big fan of Minehead. I know it was all Bolton and take it back to the Reebok for the UK Open and blah, blah, blah. I love Minehead. UK Open with Dan in March. Yeah, Dan, Cam, and Jar. I'm not sure more than ever, but they're definitely sitting up that little bit more now, James Wade starts. And it does invite the 180s that bit more. He is a player that doesn't have a consistent angle of entry as a career. If you look, it's moved a bit. That's going down way too nicely. Wins also for Andrew Gilding 6-0 over Luke Peters. Steve Beaton 6-0 over Sean Wilkinson. That frees up another. Yes, then, Dan. The Cowshed. I love our Exeter Premier League is right up there. Because you look at all the other fancy modern arenas that Premier League darts goes to or PDC darts goes to, and then you're just in a barn and it's brilliant. Barney's hitting back against Aaron Monk. He trailed 3-0. It might have even been 4-0 in that one. It's now 4-3. We said Clemens was going to be the first man through a few moments ago. He's back to 5-3 by Richard Vainstra as Luke Woodhouse books his spot in the last 64. He beats Louis Williams 6-1, 102 average for Woody. I live Midlands may go next year. Is the Birmingham a good venue? Jar doesn't rate Birmingham. Watching in Dublin, lashing rain here as well. Yeah, typical British summer. Oh, that's flood territory. How quickly it's coming down. Clemens, there we go. He does secure a 6-3 win. He's into the last 64. The Pro Tour's not too far from here, actually. It's only in Leicester. At the morning side. Jeffrey Desvan is through. He beats Kim Hybrex 6-3. Kim Hybrex is our first seeded player to exit today. Ando could be out early doors. Ando could be in a lot of trouble here. 4-3 down to Jules Van Dongen. Where can you watch the actual games? You can watch up to 4 streaming boards on PDC TV. So you need to have a PDC TV subscription. Yeah. That's it, basically. Dobie in trouble. The man was averaging 118. He's still averaging 106. And he's 5-4 down to Boris Kuchma. How? I'll never understand this sport sometimes. A bit more like it from Anderson with the darts, but he needs a big response in the following leg as well. Darryl Gurney leads Josh Payne 5-2. Barney's leveled up with Aaron Monk at 4 apiece now. James Horrell's kicked off his campaign a little bit better. He was 2-0 down to Brendan Dolan, averaging in the 60s. He's 4-2 behind now. Work still to be done for the Hillbilly. Good counting, Gary. Simon Whitlock's not changed his points recently then. Go and have a look at the difference between the board on streaming board 1 and board on streaming board 2. Jim Van Veen is not playing today. That was premeditated from him. He is studying ahead of exams. So he played yesterday. Oh, Gary. He's out. He loses 6-3 to Jules Van Dongen, averaging just 85. The Dutch Dragon takes out 107. Would an Amazon Fire Stick work? Would an Amazon Fire Stick work for what? Jim Williams, is he even playing? Oh, there he is, against Ron Moolenkamp. Dolan Horrell's about to finish. It's 5-2, so we won't jump to that one. We'll go Jim Williams, begrudgingly. Is Price playing today? I don't think so. He didn't play yesterday either. No. Brendan Dolan has beaten James Horrell 6-2. There is that result. It's 100 average for Brendan Dolan. For sport, it depends on your Fire Stick, doesn't it? It depends. Like, there's plenty of apps on there that you can watch if you've got BT or whatever. if you have a IPTV service model, then yeah, most of them are on Fire Sticks these days. No comment as to whether there are multiple PDC TV channels within that. Dave Chisnell take on Callum Goffin first. Didn't say anything, Dan. Aaron Monk has beaten Raymond van Barneveld 6-4. Mervyn King pull out today? I've not seen Merv. Quite possibly, yeah. His name's not on the list anymore. Merv must have been a late withdrawal. I cannot comment on that, Russell, at all. But I may have seen that in existence. What am I looking for? Darts Tennis on Twitter. Yes, 2 entry changes compared to yesterday's. Gian Van Veen and Mervyn King are the 2 to withdraw. James Horrell and Danny Lauby, the call-ups. Horrell for Van Veen was already known. So Danny Lauby has got a last-minute call-up. Stephen Bunting has beaten Gert Nenchez 6-3. There was a win for Boris Kirchmeier. He wins the last leg decider over Chris Dobie. Chris Dobie averages 103.4. and loses 6-5. Struggle to find many more losing averages in the first round of a Pro Tour this season than that, unless you take a look at Neil Zonneveld from yesterday. Jim Williams is a Pro Tour. Jim Williams is our featured game right now. Look at all the excitement you bring to people, Jim, when you turn up. Simon Whitlock has beaten Jurgen van der Velde. That was on streaming board 1. Streaming board 2, we're about to see the former world youth champion in Bradley Brooks take on the former world master, John O'Shea, in his new shirt. Big fan of that one. Saw a glimpse of it on social media earlier in the week. Big fish from Jim. Did he just take it out? That's the worst one, when you miss something on the featured game, because it's so big in front of you, but it's just looking for everything else. Just Jamie Hughes' first Pro Tour appearance this year? Surely not. He's got a 3-dart average. He's played 28 matches this year. As it says, he reckons Luke will do the double. Go on then, folks. I'll give you a chance because I forgot to ask, and then someone asked me, and I forgot to ask it back again. Who are you backing to win today? Let me know in the chat. I'll even give you the opportunity to pick, knowing that some players have already fallen. 3 seeds, including Kim Huybrechts, Gary Anderson, and Raymond van Barneveld. Make that 4. Chris Dobie as well. Paul Ardvan says Luke Woodhouse to win. One of the best double hitters on tour right now, according to the stats. David says I fancy Wade to win it today. Daz says Chizzy or Wade. Rob says James Wade. There's a lot of love for James Wade at the moment, and I am very here for it. Can you bring this back when Phil Bars arrives? Russell says Johnny Clayton, a great shout. I was looking at some of the data on him, averaging 90 plus this season. He's the first person to do it in every single game on the Pro Tour, I think. And he's done it in something like 112 out of 116 matches this season. Let me go and find the data from, I think his name's Colin on Twitter. It's FEB's data. Longest consecutive 90-plus average matches to start a Players' Championship season by. Johnny Clayton currently has 50 in a row, still going. That beats Damon Hetter's 31 previous. Johnny Clayton had a 30 stint. Ian White and Peter Wright both had 37s previously. Where's it gone? Only 3 players have averaged over 90 in every Players' Championship game they've played this season. Harry Ward, who has only played 2 games, Matt Dennant, who has played 1, and Johnny Clayton, who has played 46 at the point that tweet was written yesterday. The other one to look at is John Henderson is 0 from 5 in Pro Tours this year. His opponents have averaged 99.9, 103.04, 94.56, 108.62, and 95 for a match average of exactly 100. It's not been an easy return to the Pro Tour when he's had the opportunities for Big John Henderson. Top 10 best left-handers of all time. Oh, now we're talking. Without the world title, I'm still going Wade 1. I'm not sure I can do 10. Wade, Wallace, and Webster are certainly the 3. Any more lefties, anyone? I'm going to go for a few more predictions from everybody else while we're having this conversation. Football and Darts TV says Bradley Brooks. Bold. Tommy says I'm going for Chisnall, number 1 on the order of merit. Dan says Dirk van Dijvenbode to win. Gene 12 has 3 picks. They've gone Chizzy or Gilding or Clearmaker. I like that. Hedging your bets. Space Monkey says Heta. Teresa says I had Dobie, so Jinx. Good job. Must be that Blackburn. DVD to win this and the match play. Big shout. Zane says Joe Cullen. He looked very good yesterday. Chizzy next on board 1. He is. I can't think of 10. Alan Tabern's a good shout. If we're already at Tabern in the conversation for best left-handers of all time, though, are we struggling a little bit for left-handers? Florian Hempel in trouble of losing his tour card this year? I think he might be. Which would be quite significant from the back end of the last season he had. Yeah, he's currently 65th on the Pro Tour or on the tour card ranking. Just over $5,500 behind Danny Jansen. Alan Glazier, Alan Tavern, Mickey Mantle, or Moolenkamp. Yeah. We're struggling to name 10, let alone rank them in a top 10. We're struggling with left-handers, and I'm probably going to leave it there. Burnett melting down, kicking the curtain. What did he do? This happens when I'm checking messages elsewhere. Man's a lunatic. Martin Schindler, if he's playing, I believe he is. We'll see the Wolves shortly. Leighton's going Aspinall today. Hopefully his preparation is a bit better than it was yesterday as Cameron Menzies wraps up a 6-1 win over Tony Martinez. Lamb Big Fish for the win. Did he? See, this way you lot know more than I do because you're watching the games. How far do you think Aspinall will go at the match play? I can't remember his draw. Is he in the Clayton part? No, he must be in the other half. Mark Hilton is left-handed. Mark Hilton is the first player I ever saw in exhibition. And he's also a bloody nice gentleman. Kevin Spurlock, yeah, Les Wallace. Aspinall, that was the question. How far do I think Aspinall will go? See, some of the boys are tipping him for a big run yesterday. At best, he goes as far as the quarterfinals, where he runs into Smith, Wade, or Dobie, I think. Danny Alby's left-handed. There's one we missed. About all that I can see on the players in action right now, though. Can I remember my first darting memory on TV? Not exactly. I can't place the specifics. It would have been a BDO World Championship, as I never had Sky as a kid growing up. The first one I can recall quite a lot is the Whitlock-Mark Webster final, but I'm not sure if I remember seeing any sort of darts on TV before that, if that makes sense. I'll say Tommy's definitely just Googled left-handed dart players. There's too many that have just rocked up there. Darren Young, is it? Yeah, he beat Barney a few years ago. Sean Palfrey. Martin Phillips. Martin Phillips got to be in that conversation. Dave Prince is solid. No, Big Johnny, I did not. Ryan Joyce is beating Richie Burnett. 6-3. Next feature game will be Rob Cross because I'm pretty sure he's not on a streaming board. And I've already made that decision before others start popping up. Let's have that. Well, I say debate. Let's have some input on it then. Is James Wade, A, the greatest left-hander that's played the game to this day? And B, do you reckon we'll ever see anyone better? Because even all the talents that are coming through now, none of them spring to mind as left-handers. We'll take your word for that, Els. We will see someone better, but not anytime soon. Yeah, but are we guaranteed to see someone better? You think how many players we've seen? We just had to struggle to list left-handed dart players. Danny Lauby, a left-hander, beats Matt Campbell, a right-hander. But like I said, even off the top of my mind, when you think about the JDC or the Dev Tour, because to surpass Wade as well, let's be honest, they're going to have to come in and win a lot of tournaments. A lot of tournaments, possibly even world championships. Maybe even multiple world championships. Despite the fact Wade doesn't have one, but he's been so consistent for so long. I don't think he's winning the Worlds now. The set play doesn't suit him, and I just think the mentality is just never going to be there. Who would you say after Smith is the best top sitter? Gezi Price. He's so adamant not to leave that bottom left-hand corner. He hasn't got a choice but to be that good at tops. Was it the World Championship he won where he literally did not miss a dart at tops in the semis and the final or something ridiculous? Rob says I put Wade in the top 10 of all time, so to say a lefty will make it into that, it is a long shot when you consider there is nobody on that production line right now that you can think of going, yeah, all right, he's the next big left-hander, or they're the next big left-hander, shall I say. Dylan Slevin beats Nick Falwell 6-1, Connor Scott 6-5 winner over Nathan Rafferty. Jose Justicia beats Mario Vanden Bogard as 6-4. Back-to-back first-round exits from Mario. Slevin's a lefty, yeah. Bradley Brooks is right-handed. Slevin is good. Are we saying he's top 10 of all-time potential? I wouldn't say so at the minute. Not seen enough yet, but Jeffrey Sparadans beats Cam Crabtree 6-5. Taylor stopped Wade being a lot of things, let's be honest. The same with A.D. Lewis. How many more games have we got left in Portsmouth, I wonder? Before we're joined by Mr. Phil Bars. 1.5 games. Lovely. I can hit a board left-handed. I wouldn't say I'm any good, but I've never spent time practicing, so... Yeah, we were on about this last night. I don't fancy just stop oil's chances of getting past the PDC security. George Killington, 6-4 winner over Jermaine Wattermainer. Who is Stephen Burton the cheat? Why are you calling Stephen Burton a cheat? Joe Cullen is underway and he's won the first leg in 11 darts against Adam Gaulas. It's on the streaming board 4 for you. John O'Shea is a 6-4 winner over Bradley Brooks. We've already got one, Tommy. Graham, Tommy says, will we see a Ronnie O'Sullivan at darts who can use both hands? Graham Usher can, and has completed entire matches at the Super Series with his other hand because he was struggling for form with his left, so he swapped his right for a couple of matches. I wouldn't say equally as good. He is clearly a better player left-handed, but it was still 80 plus averages with it. Yeah, really impressive. I think he broke his hand or something, or there was a reason he had to learn to play with his opposite hand, and now can do both. I think Wright will ever win a big major again. I'm not convinced at the moment. I know he's more than capable of turning it on, but the other top boys look to be in as much form as ever. And he is tinkering a lot, and I'm just not sure his mind is right. The fact that Joe's been ill so often, I think, has taken its toll. Afternoon, Pete. How we doing, mate? A couple of surprises. Chris Dobie lost 6-5 to Boris Kirchmar. He averaged 103 in loss, so that bit's not a surprise. Barney lost to Aaron Monk 6-4. And we've also lost Gary Anderson. He lost 6-3 to Jules Van Dong. And everybody hoping for a big Gary Anderson surge at the match play. He averages 85 today. Would they bring a big tournament back to Dublin again? Matt Porter told us they've got a list of venues they're looking at within Ireland. They are trying to get back. The longer it stays away, the more it's in danger of not returning, yes. Especially if, what's it called? The City West remains out of action. However, I still think they've got a big enough fan base in Ireland they could go back and sell out. Which would be the main part of any return. To me, it was Leicester not inspiring. As a shape, I guess not. It is just tables and chair and a temporary stand at the back, but I don't find it's too bad. Tom Kirby needs to come out first. Absolutely. Ronnie Hybrex is a 6-3 winner over Thibaut Tricol. It was a 6-1 there as well. I hate this part of Dark Connect. Who was it? Was it Dylan Slevin beating Nick Fulwell? It might well have been. As Rob Cross wraps up. Does he? Yes? No? Maybe? In, out, shake it all about. Rob Cross, a 6-1 win over Barry Van Peer. Maybe that was the result we've just seen. Someone else on Nathan Aspinall. I don't think he's being streamed, so we'll go with that one. Consistency. Wade has been in the 2008, 2009, 2010, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 19, 21, and 22 Premier League. Again, though, he's going to have to go some distance for them to not leave him out again. Winning the World Match Play might well be that something. Ian White's taking the opener against Johnny the Ferret Clayton. Jose de Souza's 3-0 up on Callum Ridds, averaging 112. I think this is where one of those Mario Balotelli Why Me tops might come in handy. Aspinall, 14 dart leg to open. Damon Heta does the same. Danny Noppert, Keegan Brown, 1 apiece. Ryan Searle goes 2-1 up on Wayne Jones. Ratajski beating Roby John Rodriguez 2-1. Dirk van Dijvenbode 2-1 up on Andy Bolton, averaging 113. Martin Schindler's in action. He's 2 apiece with Adam Warner. Someone was backing Shindy to go all the way today. Stephen Burton is 1 away from victory against Josh Rock. He leads 5-3 in that one. Josh Rock is averaging just 84. Richie Edhouse leads Ross Smith 4-2. This will be back-to-back first-round exits for Smudger if he continues in that manner. Joe Cullen now leads Adam Gowlas 3-1. Dave Chisnell's 3 apiece with Callum Goffin, despite averaging 16.8 points higher. And Dimitri Vandenberg leads Darius Lavanauskas 4-1, averaging just 84. Shall I put that next to my Prime? Because it's just inexpensive these days. Ian White now 2-0 up on Johnny Clayton. Allow me one. I believe so. Yeah, he beat Matt Campbell 6-3, was it? It was. 2 players from America have played so far today. Both have one with 6-3 averages. 6-3 results. Is Chizzy the biggest underachiever ever? I mean, Terry Jenkins made 10 finals. To be majorless, though, just doesn't seem right with his ability. Jarlif. Can you see someone like Keane Barry or Dylan Slevin doing something big in the sport? I'm more inclined to see Keane Barry at the minute. What's he got? A UK Open semi-final to his name already? But we do need to start seeing him produce his A game that little bit more often, I think. Irrelevant. Behave. You, as well as anybody, should know that last word needs to be there as well. Josh Rock has fought back to 5 apiece with Stephen Burton. See a deciding leg in that one. Dimitri Vandenberg is through to the next round. A 6-1 win over Darius Labanauskas. The less said about that game, the better. Will Keane Barry be Ireland's #1 by the end of the year? You got next year's? Yeah, I don't see why Barry wouldn't be. Long way to go. I'm going to tip Keane to be there. Aspinall finds himself 3-2 behind. We need to get a photo of the Pro Tour to update it, though. That's the issue. That's one of the ones that the PDC send out at the start of the year. Stephen Burton has beaten Josh Rock. He's missed more darts at double as Josh. And he exits 6-5, averaging just 82. Joe Cullen has raced through Adam Gaulas. It's a 6-1 win for the Rockstar. Humphrey doesn't look too pleased with himself so far. He's won a piece with Karol Sedlacek. Someone else that won't be too pleased is Johnny Clayton. He's 4-1 down to Ian White. Jose de Souza leads Callum Ridds 4-3. That was 3-0 to the special one. Dave Chisnell's turned it around against Callum Goffin to win 6-4. The #1 seed progresses once again. How many double did Rock miss altogether? I don't know. Oh, I might be able to tell you though. Let's have a look. Event leader. Josh Rock was 5 from 19 on the outer ring. Let's leave that Jamie Clark, Vincent van der Voort game alone for a little while. Hope it gets a little bit better. Beg your pardon, Laura. Ryan Searle has beaten Wayne Jones 6-3. Rusty Jake is once again sporting an Adidas polo. Different colour this time. But he's still in his white trainers. David said Searle's a good chance to win today, but I'm still saying Wade. Yeah, Wade won his first of 100 average. Who did he beat? He beat Radek Sagansky 6-1 pretty comfortably. He'll play Jose Justicia next. It was 19 points difference between Justicia's winning average and James Wade's winning average in round 1. We all know that ultimately means naffle. But it's something to talk about. James Wilson's back on stream like he was yesterday. I hate this system. Hate it with a passion. Kevin Dukes, Krzysztof Kachuk won a piece as Martin Schindler wraps up a 6-4 victory over Adam Warner. Back-to-back first round exits from the bastard in the black. I think Humphries is in a bit of a battle here. He's 3 apiece now with Karel Sedlacek. I'm still baffled that Sedlacek lost his tour card. Nathan Aspinall does defeat Martin Lukeman 6-3. Danny Noppert is through as well, as is Roby John Rodriguez. He beats Christopher Tyskie 6-5. Niles in. How we doing, mate? It's a shame Willie Borland lost his tour card. I like him. He's plenty of time in the game, though, Willie, doesn't he? Not just given up. He's been playing in the MODUS Super Series this year. Clayton and Ian White, 5 apiece. Put Hendo on with pleasure. Big Hendo weekendo. Henderson, of course, one of the invitations to the World Seniors match play. First weekend of September. Qualifiers for which are at the end of this month in Reading. Damon Heta beats Owen Roloff 6-3. That was on streaming board 2 for you. Yeah, not bad, mate, not bad. Has my Wi-Fi dropped, or has PDC TV stopped working for everyone else? Hendo is on. Damo, great win. Johnny Clayton turns it around. What a result that is. From 3-0 down to Ian White. 6-5 victory for the Ferret. Another 90-plus average for him. That extends his run to 51 now, I think it is. Interesting game coming up on Suing Board 2 next. Owen Bates against Devon Peterson. There is that result on streaming board 1 as well. Luke Humphreys losing to Karel Sedlacek. Do we have end of play in the MODUS Super Series? I can't remember how long ago I checked 4 games. I believe so. To Rene Adams beating Steve Brown to end the day. How does that leave the table? It leaves Idams 2 points clear heading into tomorrow. Steve Brown, John Worsley both on 12. Davey Kerwin on 10 points. Tom Beck and Jim Meyer both picking up 3 wins out of 10 so far each. Should mean Phil Bowles will join us shortly from Portsmouth. Henderson goes 2-1 up. Yeah, Carroll is one I'm still not sure how he lost his tour card, and I'm even more not sure how he didn't get it back. But such is darts. Is your Narcissus back in Portsmouth week after Challenge Tour, Love It Down There? Is that for winning the ADC that you did last week? Or is this an invite and you've got another slot booked in already? Surely not. ADC is in November. Perfect. Double just visits up already then, mate. When's Challenge? Is that not next week after? For some reason, so the PDC do their calendar every year. They've included the Women's Series on the iCal one, but they don't include the Challenge or the Dev Tour. And they're doing okay. Yeah, 3-1 up on Darren Webster. Said earlier, it was 0 from 5 from his appearances on the Pro Tour so far this year, where his lowest average he'd faced was 94. Darren Webster is a little bit lower than that right now, and that is proving to be the chance that Hendo needs. Elsewhere, I'm seeing on social media, for those that follow the F1, Nick De Vries is set to be replaced in the AlphaTauri after just 10 races. 11th of August. Yeah, AlphaTauri about to bring in Danny Ricciardo. Streaming boards are all live once again. Owen Bates is 2-0 up on Devon Peterson already. That feels like super quick time. That's because he's averaging 115. Adam Smith-Neal and Scott Mitchell are underway on streaming board 1. Steve Lennon leads Jacques Labre 5-2. Henderson 4-1 up now. Rob Owen 4-2 up on James Wilson. I can't see the knee brace on Rob Owen either. I know he has varying different size ones. Dev Tour 13th to the 16th. This weekend. Typical. Scott Mitchell with an 11 dart leg to open. Bang. Scott Williams leads Jimi Hendrix 2-1. I did like Scott Williams' tweet yesterday. Someone tweeted, "Oh my God, did Scott Williams just take out 120, 20 ball in his defeat to, I think, Johnny Clayton?" And he replied about 20 minutes later going, "Yeah, I did." Move the challenge tour a week forward. Raging with darts say no matter what I do, everything is going into the 1. I can aim for double 16 and still at this treble 1 today. Time for a new set. It's always the equipment, Dan. Always, mate. Absolutely always. It comes from Eric Van Haren, the news, who is a F1 reporter for The Telegraph in the Netherlands. Alad Kauf, the Viaplay TV commentator, also says that he's been sacked. And De Vries' sister just uploaded on an Instagram story saying, "Always got your back," with a heart emoji. So it looks like De Vries is gone. Nick De Vries out of AlphaTauri as of now. Gone. Don't think this is allowed, but Adam Smith-Neal was playing a local tournament. Time absolutely is allowed. If tournaments want to restrict tour card holders from entering, that's up to them. But the other way is, as long as it's not streamed or live broadcast anywhere, PDC tour card holders can play in whatever they want. A lot of them still play county. John Henderson does complete a 6-1 win over Darren Webster. He's into the second round. We already have a second round game live as well. That is Cameron Menzies against Jeffrey Desvan. In fact, that's where we're going to go. We'll stay Scottish I can tell you is true. Who does Wade play second round? Good question. Jose Justicia. It is warming up right now. Menzies could go on a run today. I fancy him to be at the Swan. What's the Swan? Why is that still popping up here? Bates. Hey, we like that, Els. That's Sever Bagel. To Devon Peterson as well. Non-tour card holder is about to smash up Big Dev. Favourite player for me. James Wade is right up there, as is Gary Anderson for me. Prime AD Lewis is in that conversation, but they're probably the three. Opinions on Robin Byrne and her chances at the match play. I think Robin Byrne is fantastic. I think she has a long future ahead of her in the game. And I also think that if she continues to develop at the rate we've seen on the women's series so far, she could well be one of the first females to go and get a tour card. She's got so much time ahead of her. Very, very tough game against Rhiannon O'Sullivan. Last night I said I thought Rhiannon O'Sullivan would win that. The women's match play draw is a bit weird for me in that I think if Robin Byrne beats Rhiannon O'Sullivan, I think she beats Bo Greaves as well, which sounds daft, but I think she'll just go and attack it that little bit more. Whereas I also think the bottom half of the draw is very much dependent on who wins the Ashton-Fallon game. Because I think if Fallon wins, Fallon will make the final. If Lisa beats Fallon, I'm not convinced she gets past Mikuru. It would. I feel sorry for whoever's calling the Lisa versus Robin game. Oh, I do. They are quick. The quickest game I've ever marked was between Sammy Marshall and Felicia Blay, Fallon Sherrock's twin sister. It was absolutely rapid. Talking of rapid, Ricky Evans is a 6-0 winner over Daniel Closer, and Owen Bates didn't close out the bagel, but he does take a 6-1 win over Devon Peterson. Superb from the youngster in that one. Wade Justicia is live. Scott Mitchell is absolutely bashing up the former world master Adam Smith-Neal right now. He leads 4-0 in that one. Christian Kiss has beaten Alan Suter 6-3. As positive as it was for the Scots in the last few moments of Henderson winning, and Menzies now 3-1 up. Just lost suit, so Moss Montgomery also trails 5-4. any big averages yet today. We've seen a few, to be fair. 100 from Chizzy, 102 from Woodhouse, 101 from Clements, 101 from Petrescu, 105 from Richie Edhouse, 105 from Cameron Menzies, 102 from Rob Cross, 104 from James Wade, 107 from Dirk van Dijvenbode, a 6-4 win over Andy Bolton. Seen a couple of losing averages in the 100 mark. Callum Ridd's one of those. Get him a Mario Balotelli t-shirt. Streaming board 2 up next. Ricardo Petrescu against John O'Shea. Will Premier League have a new format next year? Said this a couple of times now. The fact they've sent out a survey, I think, is quite promising to a change, depending on the responses to said survey. If the majority of responses are similar to what we see online or in the chat room, or the opinions that we hear from fans in that it's too repetitive, 8 players isn't enough, you want to see more players involved, etc., then I think we'll see changes. From what we understand, the PDC quite like the fact that it is a tournament on each night, and it looks like they're going to look to try and stay with that. Whether that is still 8 players and they rotate the players, or whether or not they create something new and shorter, is a different conversation. And it's what they can get away with the broadcaster and the venues, basically, who we're constantly told are insistent they have to have certain people at certain places, but we'll see about that one. Lee Evans beats Mike Kyvenhoven 6-2. David's off. He's got to do the school run. Is it that time already? Sorry, I'm now arguing with a friend. I know this is going to start a debate somewhere, but for some reason, the bread roll debate has just hit one of my WhatsApp groups, and someone has just referred to them as oven bottom muffins. Or a balm. It's never a balm. Not spelled the way you spell it, anyway. Scott Mitchell does defeat Adam Smith-Neal 6-1. I don't know how you do hashtag on a MacBook. Kevin Benesh has won a game on the Pro Tour. He's a 6-4 winner over Scott Waits. And Graham Usher defeats Joe Merlin 6-4. Afternoon, Cameron. How are we doing, mate? I'm all good, thank you. I'm trying to bully Jarlif, but I can't remember how to hashtag on a Mac. I know, terrible problem to have, but who is Willie O'Connor playing next? No one. Oh, he's playing Dylan Slevin. Got an all-Irish battle on board number 13. Haha. Found it. Do not fear. Daniel Albie hit straight back in our featured game. He's won a piece with Boris Kuchma. I've got it now, thank you all. What a signing. Morning, lads. Hello from Brazil. How are we doing, Boa? Thanks for joining us. We did a bit of a check-in earlier on, but if there's anyone that hasn't told us where you're watching and it is somewhere exotic, like Burnley, let us know. It is afternoon here. How are we doing? We'll go with good morning to you. That's where you are. Is that because I said Burnley? I think Phil should be on his way shortly. Only finished playing half hour ago. The perks of being the boss, I guess. Your reaction is exactly what the good folk of Burnley say is uncalled for. I'm joking. There's only 100. There's a couple of hundred you watching. The chances of anyone here actually watching from Burnley is quite slim. Nothing exotic here. A bit cold. 22. A bit cold is 22 degrees. I'm sweating in 22 degrees. Barzi will be joining me shortly, Cameron. I'm just waiting for him to finish. He's in Portsmouth, in fact. Let's find out where he is. I think Steve Beaton will play in the seniors eventually, but I just don't think he's ready for it yet. He still thinks he's got plenty to give for the Pro Tour. That's where he wants to be. China Premier League Night 2 has started on PDC TV. It has. Zong will no doubt be favourite once again. Thoughts on a tour card race? How much do you think will be needed to keep the card in 64th? I don't really know. It's not one that I've ever paid attention to enough in the past. With provisional money already attached, I'd say Ian White is safe on 67.5. I probably wouldn't go any further than that right now, just because there's still 14 Pro Tours left, 3 or 4 Euro Tours, plus all the majors to come. So Ryan Joyce has beaten Steve Beaton, though. The Bronze Adonis bows out in the second round. We need a Caribbean Seniors tournament. Did you see there's a World Seniors snooker tournament going abroad next year? And I did cheekily message the boss going, this looks like a great venue for a darts event. And I got brutally ignored. Hoping to see a Simon Whitlock run today. You can watch him on PDC TV. He's won a piece with Ronnie Hybrex. A game that probably was a little bit more exciting 5-10 years ago, but it's still okay. Heavy Metal playing really well lately. Is he? Is he already through? No. That's it, Jersey. I knew it wasn't Gibraltar, but I knew it was. A nice little island. Brian Roman beats Gabriel Clemens. Big win for the former WDF number 1. I was going to say you need to stump up some more cash then, Pete, but tomorrow. Not bad legs. Try and keep yourself alive here from Boris Kirchmeier. Trails Danny Lauby 5-3. Jim Williams proving what can happen if you turn up to the Pro Tour for a day. He's 5-1 up on Luke Woodhouse, who was so impressive in the first round. Rob Cross currently trails to Vincent van der Voort 2-1. This is not the same Rob Cross we've seen a few weeks ago, going head-to-head with Luke Humphreys on the Euro Tour. Oi, Sam, to you too. Ricardo Petrescu has beaten John O'Shea 6-1. Not a lot the Joker could do about that when his opponent averages 110. Legs of 15, 14, 12, 14, 13, and 13 to finish the job. Central and South America definitely makes sense as a next step to have a look, I think. We did see Guyana at the World Cup. Obviously, we've seen Brazil compete previously through Diego Portela. Who's Aspinall playing? I don't know. He'll take on Ricky Evans after the Daryl Gurney versus George Killington match. They're all on the same board. Danny Lauby beats Boris Krutschmar 6-4. What should we go with? That's going to be streamed. That won't be. Let's go Bunting, Connor Scott. 2 apiece. We'll drop in on this one. Does Pete Wright realise he only got 2K on the Pro Tour, 7K? You'll have to ask Peter that one. That's the issue. We're saying that these top players can pick and choose their events and nobody's forcing them to play in everything. Well, actually, that sort of does. Really happy to see the CDC doing what they're doing here in the States. There's a lot of great players. It certainly looks at building from the bottom up, which is the great way to do it as well. Got your own foundation or development tour in place now. Couple of questions for our USA or North American viewers at the minute. One, with the sheer number of players that you have, do you think you're capable of producing a world champion in the next 10 years? And two, given there's such a competition for airtime in the States for sports, you've got ESPN broadcasting cornhole and God knows else what. Do you think darts is capable of making it onto the mainstream TV? I know MSG TV took it for the World Series recently, but that was because it was in MSG. Mike Dedecker beats Graham Hall. Will not be standing in the Hall of Fame as his walk-on goes. 6-3 win for the real deal puts him into the board final. Daryl Gurney 1 away from that spot as well. He is 5-2 up on George Killington. James Wade has just levelled up at 5 apiece against Jose Sticia. Last leg decider coming up on that one. It was a big fish as well. Superb from the machine. China has dozens of snooker players, but still only had one finalist in the World Championship. Yeah, a lot of pressure on that one finalist as well. Ding Junhui has carried the pressure of China for a long, long time. They have won lots of other majors, though, haven't they? Well, whether or not they're legitimate anymore. $15 years for a US dart player to become a world champ. I've seen it being syndicated on Fox Sports in the past, but no other network. Interesting. Yeah, ding. But then Yan, you can't really talk about Bing Tao's Masters anymore. You can't really talk about what's his name? UK Open. They did. Now you have to question the legitimacy of those wins, though, don't you? Imagine snooker with a darts crowd. I've seen it. It's called the snooker shootout, and it is mental. Formerly at the Watford Coliseum. I think it's now another one of those events that take place at the Morningside Arena in Leicester. It fell at the same time as the Seniors World Championships just gone, otherwise I would have been there. Was it Blackpool? I think it was Blackpool. The champion of champions. Connor Scott goes 4-3 up on Stephen Bunting. Shoot, I used to be in Blackpool in the time. The Tower's a great venue for Q Sports. They had the Ryder Cup, not the Ryder Cup, the Mosconi Cup there one year. It looked unbelievable. Excalibur. Afternoon, mate. How we doing? Please save me review time with high points so far. You trust me. You're brave. You can trust me to tell you that Willie O'Connor just won an all-Irish battle, 6-1 against Dylan Slevin. James Wade has just fought back to defeat Jose Justicia 6-5. That puts him into the last 32. Jim Williams has turned up to a PDC event for the first time in a long time, and it's paid off for him so far. He's into last 32 after beating Luke Woodhouse in the previous round. Gilded, Mike Decker, Daryl Gurney also already progressing. No real big shocks so far, I'd say. We have lost Josh Rock. He went to Stephen Burton 6-5. Finishing was a little bit of a disaster. We lost Chris Doby. He averaged 103 in that loss, so that bit's definitely not a shock. He went down to Boris Kirchmar 6-5 in the last leg decider. And we did lose Gary Anderson. I'll give you that one as a shock. He loses 6-3 to Jules Van Dongen in the first round, averaging just 85. Other seeds to fall. Luke Humphreys went to Karol Sedlacek. Maybe I underestimated how many shocks there were. Evil Charlie beating yesterday's winner in the first round. Kim Hybrex has gone. Ross Smith is gone. And that's all the seeds so far. Most of them falling seem to be from the bottom half of the draw. That also includes Raymond Van Barneveld, by the way. He went 6-4 to Aaron Monk as the day started with a little bit of a bang. Since then, we've lost Steve Beaton, Gabriel Clemens, and Luke Woodhouse as seeded players. James Wade, Willie O'Connor, Ricardo Petrescu, Daryl Gurney, Mike Decker, Andrew Gilding all making it through. Damon Hetter finds himself 1-0 down to the very impressive Owen Bates. That's on streaming board 2 for you. On streaming board 1, Simon Whitlock has just leveled it up with Ronnie Hybrex at 4 apiece. Rusty Jake Rodriguez has just taken a 3-2 lead on Stephen Burton. Dave Chisnell finds himself 1-0 behind Christian Kist. Early days, obviously. Lee Evans, the same lead over Martin Schindler. Richie Edhouse had a fantastic average in the first round. I believe it was around 105. He's now averaging 86 and 3-1 down to Kevin Dukes. Why did they rotate the first games yesterday? Where the top 16 seeds today? Yeah, so they swapped it around, I think. So it's so that players who... It's a change that's come in this season. And I actually don't mind it. I think it's so that everybody experiences playing early first and slightly later first and waiting around for games. Because you do have to do that at majors or where else. 4-game sessions, don't you? So you have to experience being in all of those positions. And I guess those that were top seeds were always playing early, were always some of the first out. It only happened this year, though. Before that, it was always the top seed on the board plays first, then a non-seeded match, then a 1-5-2 from Connor Scott. Wow-wee. Jules Van Dongen beats Mickey Mansell 6-3. I think it's just so it's fair. so that everyone gets to experience being in different positions. The counter to that is the way that they've set up the streaming boards. Is that seeds 1, 3, 5, and 7 will play on the streaming boards on the first day of a Pro Tour set, and seeds 2, 4, 6, and 8 will play on the second day. But it's possible to jump between those seeds, or a player not being there, meaning that you play back-to-back days on streams, or then you get drawn onto one of them and you end up seeing somebody play 6 games in 2 days. Why is Rob Cross still number 5? He's not so good anymore because he still keeps winning, mate. Won a Euro Tour a couple of weeks ago. It's 30 grand in his back pocket. Who knocked Gary out? Jules Van Dongen. Owen Bates is solid right now. He's 3-1 up on Damon Hetter, averaging 97. Dave Chisnell's recovered from 1-0 down to Christian Kiss to lead 2-1. Someone said he's almost hit a 9 darts. I didn't see how many darts he went into that, though. Simon Whitlock, last leg decider with Ronnie Hybrex. Hybrex missed double 6 for a 1-2-6 to win the match. As Rob Owen blows 2 darts to lead Joe Collard 2-0. And the Rockstar levels up at 1 apiece. Connor Scott has beaten Stephen Bunting. Just last night, I was telling everybody how I fancied Bunting might cause a bit of an upset at the Winter Gardens, but not if he plays like that. Rusty Jake Rodriguez has just beaten Stephen Burton 6-2. That was on streaming board 3, so we'll get a new game on there. I'm going to go Aspinall Ricky Evans as your feature, anyone? Yes, please. That Joe Cullen is lovely. Rob Owen sat on 161 and Cullen fires in a 164. Aaron Monk did beat Barney. He did. 6-4. Ronnie Hybrex is back playing. He picked up his tour card earlier this year. In fact, he was the first player to make it through European Q School, I think. He came through on day 1, didn't he? He's booked his spot in the last 32. He's just beaten Simon Whitlock 6-5. Oh, there's a long way to go before the World Champs, Dan. That's a bit early. there's a long way to go if countback's involved in the middle of July. Have I ever seen someone throw like Owen Bates for? He's very forward. Him and Cam Crabtree are very similar. From what I understand, they practice together as well. They are good friends. Afternoon, Nazim. Wade is doing very well, mate. He's won both of his opening games. The second, not quite as convincing as the first, but he's there. He will take on the winner of John Henderson or Ryan Searle in the board final. Van Veen's studying. It was premeditated, as far as I'm aware. He's got exams coming up, so he's only playing one day. Next up on streamer board 1 will be Karol Sedlacek against Scott Mitchell. That's the last 32 game, I believe. Any shock predictions for the match play? Gilding will beat Peter Wright. I'm not sure if that's a shock at the moment. And the other one I'm going with, I don't think Gerwyn Price makes out of his quarter. And I'm not sure if that's at the hands of Stephen Bunting or not. Ricky Evans absolutely flying. Christian Kist beats Dave Chisnell. Yesterday's runner-up is gone. That's winner and runner-up, and in superb fashion as well. 105 average from Kist. Knocks out Chisnell, average 103. Gilden's UK Open champion, Azza. Don't forget that, mate. And he's just awkward to play. I'm not sure I'm going to say finished, but he's got a lot of work to do to get back there. And at Peter Wright's age, it's does he have the desire to do that as well? Love Johnny McGo. Graham, yeah, Clayton against Graham Usher right now. The two-handed Graham Usher, as we were discussing earlier. Damon Hetter has fought back against Owen Bates. He was 4-1 behind. He's now 5-4 up. Big response from Aspinall, takes that 1-4-4 back to 5-2 against Ricky Evans, but still plenty of work to be done for the Asp. Beaten first round yesterday. People are saying he's just starting to click into form ahead of the match play. A loss here to Ricky Evans might dent that confidence a little, heading up to Blackpool at the end of the week. This week. Shall we try something for 20 minutes? Let's run some background music and see what happens, shall we? Why not? It's built into the software. And then for those moments where I do have to go quiet, you're not just staring in silence. Eventually we can add more music, but at the minute they've just given us a selection of small tracks to choose from. Let me know what you think. Afternoon, I've got Menzies v Vincent. Wonder if the bulldozer is still miffed with the Menzies antics last. What, the big hug at the end when he looked like he definitely didn't want to do it? Yeah. Nice to see Robert Owen get a few wins. He's been off pace for a bit. He started brightly, was playing really well, but wasn't getting results. He's picked up a first round win here, but he is beaten in the second round, I believe. Can't see the game anymore. And Joe Cullen was miles ahead. Yeah, 6-2 win for Joe Cullen. Too loud, but much better. Let me drop it a little bit more. Let's go there. Was Jean Van Veen not there yesterday and today? He was there yesterday. He's not there today. He is studying for an exam, so has opted to play for just one day. He does what, Juanita? Steady. Careful how you're phrasing that. Won't be surprised if Ash came back, especially not after he's just reeled in the big fish. Now then, we have a game on our hands between Nathan Aspinall and Ricky Evans. We do not have a game on our hands between John Henderson and Ryan Searle because Big Hendo Weekendo is delivering on a Tuesday. John Henderson is into the last 32, where I believe he will take on James Wade for a spot in the last 16. Sounds like we're playing a 1990s video game. I like it. Well, this one's called Dance Pot. We've got some Daydream. We've got some Feeding the Ducks. We'll try that in a minute. We've got some Night Driving and some Rock. So we'll try them all. See what we've got. We might be able to just download some royalty-free 4-hour-long stream mixes or something. They've got to exist somewhere. Big Fish another 28 makes loads of sense. It's like watching uni darts all over again without the big fish. Nah, not the uni darts is that bad, but you get what I mean. Big darts then for Ricky Evans should get 6 from 167, but you don't want to give him the chance, and that's exactly what he does. Holy moly! 170 from Nathan Aspinall sends the match deep, and Ricky Evans responds with a 167 for a 12 darter himself. What a win that is for Rapid Ricky, who puts himself into the last 32. I'm just going to leave that up on screen for a little bit longer until they get rid of that one. We're not finding a new game yet. Just let that in for a moment. Let's try this one. I mean, I don't think you were that wrong. Azza, he fired in a 170. It was a decent enough comeback from 4-1 down or whatever he was. 5-2 maybe. Let's go, Cammy van der Voort as our feature game next. Talk about both in the chat room and that previous meeting. Heard that Vincent van der Voort was considering retiring. A good result here. Much later. He looked so good at the start of the year and he just dropped off again. Phil's on his way. He can't use Portsmouth, unfortunately, so he's been delayed. So he's had to drive all the way home. This one sounds a bit depressing, doesn't it? Can you hear it? What about this one? That's more like it, yeah. Is he at the MODUS tomorrow? Yeah, that's where he's coming from. So, what's he doing tomorrow? I think Phil's there all week. Let me just double check until he heads to Blackpool. What week are we? Week 9. Who won the last leg between Hetter and Bates? Good question. Did that even go to a last leg? It was Damon Hetter. He won that 6-5, obviously, because it was the last leg. can I never find that when I need it? Vandenberg beats Steve Lennon 6-5. Danny Noppert beats Neil Zonneveld 6-3 as we are getting near the end of the last 64. It's a long drive from Portsmouth to Fields. That's about 40 minutes. He lives in Andover. Why can't I find that? 16, well, actually, there's a few more. Well, I don't know, in truth. They used to run 16 and 2. I'm not sure they run 18 now. 20 now, which will give them the freedom to take players on and off of stream boards and put them onto others. Week 10, is that what? It is week 10. Well, no, I don't think Phil is at the Super Series tomorrow. He's there on Thursday. And then I'm there on Friday. Dirk van Dijvenbode beats Scott Williams 6-4. Let's try feeding the ducks. Just bizarre. Three games left in the last 64 then. Johnny Clayton's in the last leg decider with Graham Usher. Karel Sedlacek leads Scott Mitchell 3-1. That's on streaming board 1, so that might delay things just a little bit while they make the changes around. And Roby John Rodriguez will take on Kevin Burness. They don't move him around for another round of matches today. So what am I talking about? Johnny Clayton is through, beats Graham Usher 6-5. I think fire sticks are pretty good for what they are. It's just, do you know what you're getting it for? Don't just get a fire stick and expect access to certain things. That's enough music. Now that's the experiment over. We'll see what else we can do with that in the future. We'll use one of our royalty-free subscriptions. Kevin Benes and Roby John Rodriguez have gone to a last leg decider. Karol Sedlacek still leads Scott Mitchell 4-1. We're about to see Ricardo Petrescu against Damon Heta streamed. We also have Ryan Joyce against Rusty Jake Rodriguez and Mike DeDecker against Joe Cullen. Benes is through yet again. Back-to-back wins on the Pro Tour for Kevin Benes for what feels like the first time in a little while at least. Just one game remaining in the last 64 as we start making some serious progression towards the end of the day. Who's Willie O'Connor playing next? You've got a thing for Willie O'Connor. He takes on Dirk van Dijvenbode. And I'm starting to sense a non-seeded winner today. Who are you going for then, Mystic Dan? I have no idea how much longer Phil's going to be, Owen. Your guess is as good as mine, mate. Depends on the traffic, I guess. Yeah, do you know what, Bob? Good shout. Press that like button below for us, folks. Subscribe to the channel. Comment below to get involved. You have to subscribe to the channel to use the chat box. It's not deliberate, honest. Yeah, that's a lie. And also find us on social media, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and we have joined Threads. We anticipate Twitter's downfall. Oh, great flip-flopped one. Not quite, Pete. most of them are non-seeded players left in at this stage into the last 32. So either Sedlacek or Mitchell will be. Jim Williams is unseeded, as is Christian Kist. Ricky Evans, Brian Roman, Kevin Dukes, Cameron Menzies, Vincent van der Voort, John Henderson, Ronnie Hybrecht, Jules Van Dongen, Ted Evett, Jeffrey Spyrodans, Connor Scott, Kevin Burnett, Ryan Joyce, Rusty Jet Rodriguez, and Danny Lauby all remain as non-seeded players today, which is technically the bit where they should have all fallen. That leaves Andrew Gilding, Dimitri Vandenberg, Mike De Decker, Joe Cullen, Daryl Gurney, Ricardo Petrescu, Damon Heta, James Wade, Jose de Souza, Johnny Clayton, Danny Noppert, Willie O'Connor, Dirk van Dijvenbode, and Martin Schindler as your seeded players. Why is there no further match with live scores after Asp vs Evans is finished? What are you watching via Sasha? One winner, Blackpool. Name him. Today I fancy Noppert. I'm going Luke Humphreys. I have Dublin trials on Sunday, and if I get through, I represent Dublin in the All Irelands. Is that hurling? What sport is that in? Karol Sedlacek does defeat Scott Mitchell 6-3. That wraps up the last 64. Scotty Dog, the last to fall. We'll see Sedlacek back in a couple of moments' time, where he will take on Ronnie Hybrecht. That'll be quick. Any left-handed players still playing today? James Wade is. That's it, basically, isn't it? Wade. No. Danny Lauby's still in. He's left in. No. Afternoon, Derek. How are we doing, mate? Can I put the Hendo game on? After this one, I will, if Menzies keeps it going. If it's still relatively early. Someone in the chat room is supporting Cameron as they've known each other for a long time. And we're also discussing Van der Voort. Rumours that he suggested he might retire at some point. So we're going to keep this on for now. Yeah, two lefties that I can see. James Wade and Danny Lauby still remain. Both leading at the moment. James Wade 2-0 over John Henderson. And Danny Lauby 3-2 up on Martin Schindler. Oh, darts, quality. I was like, whoa. I didn't know you had All Ireland in that. The only time I'd heard All Ireland was hurling, I'm sure. Especially as like our Super League isn't done on a trial basis, which I guess is similar. Because we go county, obviously. But that's done off Super League averages and then selections rather than trials. When are the guys going to Blackpool? Define guys. Do you mean our team or the players playing or what? Boise's travelling Saturday morning. Not sure if Phil's going Friday or Saturday. Yeah, I'm going Humphreys for Blackpool. Well, it wasn't that great today. See, I like Josh Rock, and I do think he is a fantastic dart player, but the conversations about him going on to be a major winner are just a bit premature for me at the moment. Extremely talented and extremely confident young man. No doubt about that. But is he ready to win a major? I'm not sure. Especially in that second season syndrome, if you like. Everyone knows who you are now. You've had a year. You've gone and shocked everyone to an extent. There's a target on your back now. People approach the games against you differently. Why is Rusty Jake wearing white shoes? I don't know. He was wearing them yesterday. Someone said maybe his luggage hadn't arrived. But even then, normally they make you just go out and buy a new pair. So I'm not sure if it's some sort of medical reasoning. For all sports, you don't want to win majors early. Prime example, Raducanu. I don't know, Morgan, because there's still people that have won majors early and then gone on to do great things. Djokovic was relatively young. You're looking at how young Lewis Hamilton was when he started winning world championships. Michael van Gerwen winning majors at a young age. It goes both ways. It's can you handle the jump up in success in such a short space of time and the attention that comes with it. There's absolutely no doubt. Emma Raducanu is a fantastic tennis player, but does she have the mental capacity to push herself beyond a certain limit? It doesn't appear so. She relies on perfect conditions or fitness all the time, and it's just not going to happen at that level. Martin Schindler defeats Danny Lauby 6-3, and Joe Cullen wraps up a 6-3 victory over Mike De Decker. Vincent van der Voort now 1 away against Cameron Menzies. He leads 5-4. We will jump to the Wade Henderson game afterwards. Wade currently leads that one 3-1. Andrew Gilding's taken the early lead against Dimitri Vandenberg. 16 dart leg for him. It's back-to-back 16s for Johnny Clayton. So he goes 2-0 up on Ted Evans. What do I think of Gian Van Veen? Another fantastic talent. He is very aware of his action and the flaws within that action, and he seems to have banished those early issues, perhaps. I think there's a worry that once you've had them, they might always be there as a little undertow. But again, another fantastic young player. I think when you've had those issues with your action and you still opt to stack the dart the way that he does, he's just so aware of what he's doing. I think long term that should benefit him. And he's clearly got his head screwed on because he's still studying. Christian Kiss, the 6-3 winner over Jim Williams, beaten in the board final. And what I do like about Gian compared to other players that have been in the same sort of situation is he is balancing both. He is doing both at the same time. Like, he does want to be a dart player, but he is making sure he gets an education at the same time. He's going to go and ground himself and take a part-time job, he told us last week on the live lounge as well, just in the days where he's not playing, etc. Nico Kurtz was in a very similar position a couple of years back and decided not to pursue it, but he hasn't gone on to the same level as Gian has and managed both at the same time. It was like, right, no, education comes first, and then in a couple of years' time, I'll go back to trying to be darts. Board 2 looks zoomed in, maybe a little. Menzies Van der Voort goes all the way. Lipstick finding form. Christian Kiss. Yeah. Ricky Evans finding form. He currently leads Daryl Gurney 4-2 after that impressive win over Nathan Aspinall in the previous round, responding to that 170 checkout from Nathan Aspinall with a 167 of his own. Petretsko leads Damon Heta 4-3. Heta fought back in the previous round. Can he do the same here? Johnny Clayton motoring along and going under the radar a little bit today now is Johnny. 4-0 up on Ted Evans, averaging that magical ton mark. Jules Van Dongen continuing to lead Jose de Souza 4-3, despite the fact he's only averaging 87. I entered Champion of Champions in Blackwood. Where's that? South Wales winner was Paul Higgins. Not heard of him. I will be there. Red Dragon Champions finals day though. Youth Masters champion in '98. I was 3 years old. Fair play to him there. Johnny Clayton bangs in another 15 dart leg. He now leads 5-0. It is absolutely hammering it down outside. What a start that is from James Wade. Why am I doing that? Gurney takes the lead on Ricky Evans, 5-4. Hybrex at Sedlacek, 1 apiece. Ronnie Hybrex, that is, by the way. Not Kim. Andrew Gilden leads Dimitri Vandenberg 4-0. It was a bagel served by Johnny Clayton in on board 11, 6-0 over Ted Evitts. Petrescu 1 away now against Damon Hetter. Danny Noppert 4-2 leader over Jeffrey Sparadans. Dirk Van Duivenbode, Willie O'Connor 3 apiece. That wraps up the win for James Wade, who moves into the last 16. They'll take on Vincent van der Voort. So filling up quite nicely for James at the moment. Plenty of people looking for him to regain some level of success. 3 Dutchmen already through to the last 16. Guaranteed to be another as Danny Noppert takes on Jeffrey Sparadans. Dirk Van Duivenbode also leads Willie O'Connor. It could be a darting day for the Dutch. I'm not sure it does anymore. That's the problem, unless he can find some consistent form. Definitely doesn't win a big one. Could he win something like the Players, maybe? It doesn't win a World. I'm not sure match play anymore. Grand Prix, if he finally sorts his doubling out. The fact he should be good at that and never is bemusing. Darryl Gurney does defeat Ricky Evans. Right, folks, it's that time. We've been streaming for just over 3 hours now, so I'm going to run a couple of quick ad breaks, and then we'll be back on the other side of these ones.
Board 1, Joe Taylor, Gareth Tilly. And board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Welcome back then to Pro Tour Live here for Players Championship number 16 of the year. Quick couple of messages from the ADC. If you're looking to get involved and play locally, head to the ADC website to find out if there are any vaults near you. The best way to qualify for the MODUS Super Series. And of course, if you are practicing at home, make sure you download Play the Pro. Your chance to take on top stars like Michael Van Gerwen and Fallon Sherrock from the comfort of your own living room. Damon Heta is a 6-5 winner over Ricardo Petresco. Whatever Gildan is chewing on today, it's working. It certainly appears so. It's 5-1 up on Dimitri Van den Berg. In the break, we also saw a win for Jose de Souza. He defeated Jules Van Dongen 6-5. James says, most frustrating PDC card holder over the last few years who never seems to play to their talent longer term, Ryan Joyce and Ricky Evans for me. Completely agree with Ricky Evans. Ryan Joyce, this game is so dependent on hitting that double 16 and finding the bottom wire of the treble bed. And when I think your game is so one-dimensional, sorry. I think you have to find other ways if you're Ryan Joyce. Ooh. Bit of lightning. Did you all hear that? Danny Noppert beats Jeffrey Sparadan 6-3. Phil is on his way back from Portsmouth to Andover. Andrew Gilded does defeat Dimitri Van den Berg 6-1, just an 86 average for Dimmy. Did you all hear the thunder then? Dirk van Dijvenbode beats Willie O'Connor 6-4. That is the end of the day for Irish Hopes. Neil Roberts, what a boy. Man needs a haircut though. Just chewing tobacco, yeah, I hate it with a passion. How have you driven anywhere like that, mate? Whoever beats Dirk today wins this. Big shout. He'll take on Connor Scott next. Considering how many non-seeds we had left at the start of the last round. We're guaranteed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just 6 to progress now. Fist pump from Ronnie Hybrex. He moves 5-1 into the lead on Karol Sedlacek. Hey David, welcome back. What's the latest? Good question. Just 5 non-seeds remain, considering it was looking like a day 4 upsets. Christian Kist, Kevin Dutz, Vincent van der Voort, Connor Scott, Ryan Joyce, and then the winner of Ronnie Hybrex or Karol Sedlacek. We're about to start the last 16, where it will be Christian Kist against Andrew Gilding, Joe Cullen against Daryl Gurney, Damon Heta against Kevin Dutz, Vincent van der Voort against James Wade, Ronnie Hybrex or Karol Sedlacek against against Jose de Souza. Johnny Clayton will take on Danny Noppert, Dirk van Dijvenbode will take on Connor Scott, and Ryan Joyce against Martin Schindler. Christian Kist versus Andrew Gilding will be on streaming board 2 for you. If you're a fan of bold darters pulling facial expressions, that's the one to go and watch. Sorry, Azza, but I have a funny feeling Andrew Gilding knocks out Peter Wright. it looks like they're going to hold all the 16 to start at the same time. And it tends to be what happens from here. What we therefore don't need to happen is Karol Sedlacek to keep winning legs. I've just loaded in some more background music. Shall we see what we've got? Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Keep vibing. By the end of the match play, where do you think Peter Wright will be in the rankings? Is he defending? What's he defending? Is he defending a win or is he defending the year before? The best thing to do is have a look on the World Grand Prix race, I guess. I think he's still going to be third, isn't he? Not sure I like this music, but we're going to keep it going while I find some more. What's this one? Good point, Bob. Press those likes. What's this one? Oh, this is our intro. Yeah, I think Andrew Gilden does beat it right at the World Match Play. That's my one nailed on upset for me. That's the one where I'm going, yeah, the non-seed wins. Try that one as well. Whack another one in. My pleasure, David. It's what we do. They've launched the last 16. We are a go. That's because we have, while I've been prattling around with music, that is. Ronnie Hybrex does fall over the line against Karol Sedlacek 6-3. one.
Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined.
Sounds like I don't have the rights to that one, so we're going to keep that one on. How do you think Mike Decker will do on his match play debut? Tough draw. Fucking website. Joe Cullen beats him, I'm afraid. Update from Michael Smith. He chose not to play this weekend because he was struggling with his contact lenses. He's just tweeted, "Thank you at Vision Express, St Helens. You literally just saved me, getting me in so quick for eye tests and having my lenses in stock. Also, had a telling off though, has had my dailies in for over 3 months. He's been doing all this with a set of contact lenses that are supposed to last a day." He says, "Think laser eye surgery next year for me." Will that mean he has to miss a little bit of time on the board, perhaps? Streaming boards are known. I did just see them. Streaming board 1 will be Johnny Clayton against Danny Noppert. Streaming board 2, Christian Kist, Andrew Gilding. Dirk van Dijvenbode against Connor Scott on board 3. And Vincent van der Voort against James Wade on 4. Which German player is supposed to be the best in next years? Right now, I'm going to say Martin Schindler. Upcoming talent, Pascal Ruprecht and Nico Kurtz are supposed to be the ones, I guess. There was a young German lad that won the WDF Youth Cup of the weekend, I believe. Christian Kiss 9 data. A big fist bump from Andrew Gilding because that is exactly what has just happened. The lipstick with a 9. What a start to the last 16. Doesn't quite count as calling it, but you know, I can hit back minus 15 seconds on the stream to see it. Was never anywhere else. Christian Kiss fires in a 9, take the first leg against Andrew Gilding. James Wade, 16 dart leg against Vincent van der Voort. Damon Hetta is averaging 15 darts per leg as he goes 2-0 up on Kevin Dukes. Ryan Joyce 2-1 up on Martin Schindler. Which will be feature now? What a great question. It's going to be someone that's already been streamed. I think Cullen versus Gurney is the shout. What an opener indeed. What's Andrew Gilding just hit back with? Is this an 11 in response? No, it must be a 12 there with that average. It is a 12 with Christian Kiss sat on 136 after 9. Wow! And Cullen's just gone back to back. What is going on? It's an 11 for Joe Cullen. Scott and Van Dyvenberg goes live. All we're waiting on right now is streaming board 1, which features the Ferret Johnny Clayton against Danny Noppert. That also burst into live. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who else are we waiting on? Schindler vs. Joyce. It's not. It's Ronnie Hybrecht against Jose de Souza. There we go. Kister just left 40 after 12. Will there be a non-tour card winner today? Is there anyone left without a tour card? Kist? That's about it, isn't it?
Hi!
Who invited you?
How are we?
All right, how are you?
Yeah, not bad.
We've just missed a 9.
Shock.
Christian Kist, first leg on stream against Andrew Gilding. Joe Cullen's gone back-to-back 11s to open this match and has opened up 180 since.
Tidy.
Mm-hmm.
I've got some music playing. I can't find.
Yes, it's on the stream. We're playing background music.
Oh, I thought it was on mine.
No, we're trialing the background music. It's gone down pretty well, which means we might have to raid our royalty-free subscriptions for a bit and just build some more in.
How are we doing, chat room? Hope you are good. Yeah, Terry Pepsi Max as always. Right, let me set up.
I don't think I've got any more to load in.
PDC TV. I'm good, Jay. Thank you very much.
No, just these at the moment. Is that right? What's this?
Ah, the ferret's on one stream.
Ferret versus Noppert on streaming board 1. Christian Kist, Andrew Gilding on 2. Dirk Van Dyvenberg against Connor Scott on 3. 14 dart leg to open for Dirk in that one. And James Wade, averaging 102, is 3-0 up on Vincent van der Voort.
Vincent's still in?
Yes.
Sheesh.
I'll just search your name instead of Vincent's. What am I doing?
I'm really good, Benita. How are you?
Wins so far over Jamie Clark, 6'3". He averaged 83 in the first round. In the second round, 92 average. He beat Rob Cross, 6'3". 93 average to beat Cameron Menzies in the last 32. Currently averaging 85, 3-0 down to James Wade. So whilst he is still in, it's not been swashbuckling Vincent van der Voort.
Do we think this is the last we see of Vincent?
Someone said earlier they'd heard a rumour that he'd spoken about retirement.
I heard him. It was translated from Dutch, so it was like he basically said that if he didn't find the love for it again, he was calling it a day. Which,
playing-wise, I understand. I think he's got that bit of a Roy Keane reputation now. He could go and sit as a pundit or a commentator on Dutch media.
100%. Well, interesting that he's wearing a black shirt. He hasn't even got his Vincent shirt.
Yeah. Let's drop that right down. So, yeah.
So you're going to Blackpool Winter Gardens on Friday? Yeah, I am going on Friday, Owen. No, Charlie's not at the match play. Daz, it'll be the 4 current regulars. When he stream on the big 65-inch telly, love that.
Show off. Interesting Kiss is still averaging 114. He just took out 1, 2, 3 for a 3-2 lead on Andrew Gilding. Vincent did pinch a leg back off James Wade, but he started this leg, and Wade's on 81 after 9. Vincent's back on 330. So,
Kiss ceiling has always been high. Always. Mind you, how the effing hell is he getting away with that shirt on the stream?
There's a lot of stickers on there.
It's like an F1 car.
He's been to see our good pal Mike Huntley, hasn't he?
Yeah. That break, he's getting fined. How many can I count? Right. 1. Okay, let's check the arm. Is that 1 or 2 on the arm?
I think there's 14 on there.
The UK Open champion's got 2.
I know which one's more likely to be in the Premier League.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 4. I've got 14 as well.
Yeah. Christ on a bike, by the way. We were reveling in Christian Kiss performance. Joe Cullen is averaging 108.67. He's 4-1 up on Daryl Gurney. Dirk van Dijvenbode is 4-0 up on Connor Scott, averaging 115. He's got a better average right now than Christian Kiss, and Christian's hit a 9.
Afternoon, Pete. How are we doing? Yeah, to be fair, getting Vincent on the seniors would be... can you imagine Vincent commentating on the seniors?
No.
Oh, it would be immense. Think of the views.
When Bobby says, I don't know a lot about this bloke, when he's the pundit, and then backs him to win the next round anyway. We can't have Vincent going on there slagging him off.
Think of the views as he goes in.
No. Joe Cullen is flying. He's 1 away from the quarterfinals. Someone asked me a few moments ago how I thought Mike De Decker would get on in his debut at the match play. He's playing this Joe Cullen. Not good is the answer.
Also, Dirk van Dijvenbode, 4-0 up, averaging 115.
By contrast, Johnny Clayton is 4-0 up, averaging 88.
Ferreting.
Yes. Cullen's in again. Cullen's not in again.
James Wade James Wade is the best left-hander playing today. Do you agree with that? James Wade is the best left-hander of all time.
Yes. Someone said there was a suggestion in the chat about it that we should try and name our top 10 left-handers of all time. We got to 3 and gave up trying to name left-handers.
Fairs.
When the 4th suggested left-hander was Alan Tabern, we knew we were onto a bit of a loser.
Who did you have number 2?
It was between Webby and Wallace. Both former world champions. They were the top 3.
How we doing, James? Hope you're good, mate. I'm all good. How we doing, Fred? Hope everyone is good. Remember, come in, drop us a like, and subscribe before the match play. Damon Hetter, 60 winner over Kevin Dukes. He's into the last 8, as is the rockstar Joe Cullen, averaging 107.16.
That is brutal. I mean, as this game has got more to run than any of the others, we're going to have to go Roddy Hybrex, Jose de Souza, but I'm not sure about it as a decision.
I'm not sure that and feature go together as one, do they? I played Mr. Taylor many years ago. He's not nice. I mean, how do you see Fallon getting on the Women's World Match Players defending champion? And I know Bo Breeze is here. Top half of the draws. What are you thinking? Look, I either think Fallon loses first round or she retains. Look, it's a tough game against Lisa over best of 7.
Yeah.
I think if she comes through that, from a betting point of view, Bo is too short to back.
Best average of the day so far is Joe Cullen's for now.
Dirk could be about to break that.
He's averaging 110 and kicked off 180. Second
Yeah.
is at 159 though. Johnny on fire versus Knopf. He's still averaging 88. His scoring needs to catch up if he's on fire. But he is beating Danny Noppert, former UK Open champion.
Has Noppert changed his throw a small bit? Look, every throw evolves over time. So if there is a little change in it, it wouldn't surprise me. Good to see Conor Scott playing well, though. He just
Yeah, we said this a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, he just run into one.
Yeah. Ooh, quick fire results all over. James Wade, 6-2 win over Vincent van der Voort. Johnny Clayton, a 6-0 win over Danny Noppert. And Dirk van Dijvenbode, a 6-1 win over Conor Scott. He falls just below that average posted by Joe Cullen. But quick as a flash, we get 3 results and we lose 3 or 4 streaming games like that.
Bob's your uncle.
I'll send it you later.
Yeah, Bo played at the PDC Worlds this year, Bob. Let me mute WhatsApp on my computer.
Yesterday.
What's that?
You had it open yesterday.
Yeah. It's just open all the time.
Yeah, popular. Grow up.
Right. Let's find the key. So Johnny's the highest seed left in from the normal order of merit. Everyone
Yeah, we
else
lost Luke Humphreys and Dave Chisholm in the same round earlier. From the normal order of merit, from the Pro Tour order of merit, he's not.
I haven't got that far yet. I just loaded up darts rankings, and that was the first one that comes up as the main order of merit.
No, both Dirk van Duijvenbode and Damon Hetta are higher than Johnny in the Pro Tour order of merit. Important moments for James Wade, by the way. Falling out of the top 16 on the Pro Tour order of merit. Played steady enough yesterday. A bit more form here today.
How far is he off?
I don't know yet.
So even if he wins the tournament today, he doesn't go back into the top 16.
How far off he is.
Yeah. Right now, as we speak, he is best part of 20 grand off. How are we doing, Joe? I hope you are good. Yeah, I'm good, Pete. I'm good.
We want no more music now. Well, we know we've got it there for when we're running solo in future.
I thought it was quite catchy, to be fair.
Oh, there's a couple in there.
I tell you what, God, I'm just looking because I know he's just lost, but we were talking about him. Connor Scott is under 10 grand away now from the 64.
Is it?
Yeah.
Tour card race or outright?
On the tour card race.
Interesting.
I
think we might have to raid our royalty-free subscriptions later, Phil, for some background tunes.
Just going to have a look at the Players' Championship race. Is he in that?
Ooh, hello.
What's that? Right, as it stands, Connor Scott is going to Minehead. And as it stands, he's going to the World Championship.
Big news in the sponsorship world after already dropping the PDC World Darts Championship. Kazoo will no longer sponsor the 100 starting in a couple of weeks' time. That has been bailed out by Compare the Market.
They're going to have nothing left.
That win for Johnny Clayton, by the way, thanks to Colin of FEB's Data on Twitter, ends his streak of 90-plus averages in a row on the Pro Tour this season. He's thrown 52 consecutive averages over the 90 mark this season. That was every game he played on the Pro Tour this season. That one, 89.29, and he still won 6-0.
Fairs. Oh, yeah, it does. Doesn't. Jose is potentially World 22 after the World Championships.
Oh, it's outside. Fucking neighbours' trees have got birds and shit all over. I hate this house. Hate it. Now we're making up our own music. So they should have left it on.
Um, Snake. I didn't look at that, James. When was the last time Pierre actually played a Pro Tour?
No idea.
Here you go, Gob. So this year on the Pro Tour, as in for the race for the Players' Championship finals, Peter Wright's 134. He's only earned $2,000.
Not good. But this is the issue with just being told that the top players can manage their schedule and they don't have to play in everything. You do have to play in everything. That's the way the rankings are designed.
There are top-ups that have earned more money than Peter Wright. There's some big names outside as well. Dijwan, Aspinall, Barry, Sedlacek, Van der Voort.
Hang on, Sedlacek doesn't have a card, does he?
Yeah.
Did he get it back this year?
Yeah.
Didn't have one last year.
No. Menzies, Lukeman, who had a brilliant year last year. Raman.
Second year syndrome is a thing. People know who you are now.
Suter. Alan Suter's only earned nearly 5,750 this year. Hempel.
130 from Hybrex.
Labanauskas. Meikle. Meikle's 114th. Louis Williams, sinking like the Titanic.
Peckish, Kev.
I'm a fan of that admission. So, what do we think? Who's winning from here?
What did I say earlier? Oh no, I'm still halfway there. I said James Wade would beat Chris Dobie in the final. Then Chris Dobie averaged 103 in the first round and lost.
James, Scott Mitchell earning that's not bad considering he's not got a tour card.
Yes.
Oh, I see that Pointless Fury fight's actually been announced.
I'm not doing it for the money. I'm doing it for the legacy. Fuck off, you
Yeah,
fool.
I'm not doing it for the money. Yeah, all right.
If ever you wanted to know who's responsible for the majority of big fights not being made in the last couple of years, look no further than the current champion taking a fight with a UFC fighter. Because everybody's seen through is can call you a dosser on social media and you'll come begging to get what I've offered you in the first place.
Harry, I won't. Look, I won't buy it. It doesn't
Yeah,
interest me.
there's two different things there, Harry. We might still we might still do one of them.
I'm not even fussed about watching it.
I'll just watch the knockout. I'd never do that, James.
I still pay for mine.
You're an idiot.
No, there's a reason.
You get it back off your tax.
It goes against my tax bill. Jose in control of this deciding leg. Hybrex needs trebles and just then to hope. go. If you're one of the European players, let's end the match play.
Yeah.
Do you go home? Do you go home or do you stay?
I'm playing Saturday. Maybe look to stay.
Yeah, saw it, James. Look, I didn't know a lot about him. He played all right for Fulham last year. We need defenders.
There we have it. Jose de Souza beats Ronnie Hybrex, the special one, into a Pro Tour quarter-final, where he will take on Johnny Clayton. Andrew Gilden will battle with Joe Cullen, Damon Heta against James Wade, and Dirk van Duivenbode against Ryan Joyce. Complete the last 8 lineup.
Ryan Joyce is a weird one.
Yeah, someone said earlier he's right up there with Ricky Evans in terms of potential but not delivering consistently. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think Evans is right up there. I think Joyce's game is so one-dimensional. It's bottom of the treble bed and double 16.
Yeah, there's no deviating from the plan.
Yeah. And if either of them don't work, I'm not sure he's got a way back into it.
No, I'm kind of with you on that one.
So, right, guys, couple of minutes until we go live for the quarterfinals. You know what that means? We're going to play you a couple more ads, starting with this bugger.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. I got a good feeling. I got a good feeling.
Welcome back, everyone. Players Championship 16 and quarterfinals. Jose Clayton will be stream board 2. I think Spurs are going to do well. And yeah, look, I hope so, James. And look, everyone makes this big thing about, oh, you're not in Europe. Where we are at the moment, Spurs not being in Europe is actually a good thing. One, we haven't got the squad to compete on all these fronts. And two, we just need a season to rebuild and just see where we are. How we doing, Andrew? Hope you are good. Surely, well, Dirk won't be on stream board 3 because he's just come off of that one.
Who's he got?
Ryan Joyce.
That'll be on 1, I think. Cullen Gilding on 4. Hector Wade on 3. You heard it here first. Quick reminder that we are going to show both of the 3 and 4 as feature games right now. We'll keep you talking through the other 2 games at the same time. So if you are watching along with PDC TV at the same time, then make sure you hit pause on us to make sure that the scores sync up with what you're seeing on your screen.
Yeah, Scott, it's 12 grand for the winner, mate. 12 large. How we doing, Andy? Hope you're good.
Evening, Andy. Evening, Prime Minister. No. I got a good feeling.
That's a tune, isn't it?
Yeah. The people who lose in the MODUS Super Series, so they walk home with nothing. No, for the first 5 days, all of the players are paid an appearance fee. And then Saturday night is based off prize money with a guaranteed minimum earning for finishing bottom of the group.
Yeah. Correct. I didn't realise how close Humphreys was to crossing the rankings.
Won yesterday, didn't he? So that closed it a bit more.
Only 2 grand behind him now.
One round at the match play then, isn't it, basically?
Yeah.
For a player that still hasn't won a major title. I suppose Michael Smith did it as well for a long time, didn't he? Top 4 without that major.
Yeah.
Ooh. Latest reports suggest Harry Kane is about to turn down £400,000 a week at Spurs.
I don't blame him.
With Bayern Munich basically saying, sell him us now so you get some money for him, or we'll wait and take him on a free next year. We'll do it in January.
The problem is if he decides to leave, and I don't blame him, I don't think he goes to Bayern. I think Bayern need to get it done this window. That's why they're trying to do it now, because they know once he's a free agent, they're then behind the 8 ball. Let's be fair. If he runs down his contract, he could genuinely go anywhere in the world.
Yeah.
There's not a club in the land that doesn't take him.
Well, depending on his wage demands, but
All right, there's not a club in the world that wouldn't want to talk to him.
yeah. Oh no, that's all 4. Yeah, that is right.
To be fair, Gob, the Athletic are reporting something different. They are saying Spurs are set to offer Harry Kane over £500,000 a week.
Christ.
Fucking hell.
Cullen and Gilding, despite being named as board number 1, is actually streaming board number 3. It is Petterverse Wade on 1. So Salza Clayton on 2. Gilding Cullen on 3. As Joe just gives himself a little bit of a sort out. And Ryan Joyce against Van Dijvenbode are underway on 4.
Are you getting a little bit worried, Dan?
Don't get nervous, but I'm getting a bit shaky.
Oh, that's interesting. Is James Wade... Show the other side of his dart.
Think he's back to the Silvers?
No, I want to see if he's using a unicorn stem. He is. Wow.
Why?
Because for at least 6-7 years, he used to use another manufacturer's stem and use White Spirit to take the branding off of it.
Mm.
You know which manufacturer I'm on about as well.
Do their stems share the name of the event we're currently playing in?
They do.
Wait, no. Their boards, their old boards share the name, not the stems. Half the name. The grip, wasn't it?
Yeah. Dan, he's getting a little too close. Yeah, MVG was superb. Ryan Joyce just looks so awkward to watch as well, doesn't he? That throw is horrid.
Yeah.
High elbow, high arm. Blech.
Still, more watchable than Andrew Gilding.
We spoke about this last night on the live lounge. Look, look, the PDC didn't deliberately move away from bookmakers in the first place. I'm very good friends with the guys at William Hill. I've worked in the gambling industry a long time myself. And at the last year of the William Hill Worlds, before it was announced Kazoo were sponsors, we were speaking to the execs, and we knew then internally that Kazoo were going to sponsor the World Championships. The guys from William Hill said, basically, the PDC said to us, look, Kazoo have offered X. If you match it, you can keep the World Championship. And X was a staggering amount more than what Hills had paid. Like, ridiculous sums more. So the PDC, and look, as a business, you might not agree with the model, but why would you not? They basically took Kazoo's money and ran until it ran out. So the return to the bookmaker, they never deliberately went away from it in the first place. It was just a case of they took Kazoo's money. But then in the UK, look, I know a lot of people don't like the gambling side of advertising and whatever. However, it's because of bookmakers' money, darts is where it is in terms of sponsorship for events and the £15 million prize money a year. The big blue chip companies aren't going to sponsor darts. Your Rolexes, your Mercedes, your BMWs. It's the wrong demographic and everything like that. And bookmakers are the only other firm that has that kind of revenue at their disposal for marketing and advertising budgets. So it's always going to be there. And not just darts, by the way, just sport in general. Joe Cullen goes 2-1 up on Andrew Gilding. Damon Hetta 2-0 to the good on James Wade. Yeah, the new stage design will be interesting. That's the the Australian lineup's already been announced. Standing
offer, basically, isn't it?
Yeah, Rob Cross goes to a seed or as one of the top 4. Right, so the PDC players are Smith, Price, Wright, Cross, Clayton, Noppet, Aspinall, and Vandenberg. Jose de Sal's averaging 109 as he goes 2-1 up. Yeah, look, I don't think Dirk is a million miles away from getting an invite to big events. Do you, Gob?
No, I think he's right. His scoring power is ridiculous. He's entertaining on the hockey. His walk on was obviously quite different, and he's playing really well.
Yeah, I don't think he's a million miles away. Excuse me. Charlie's cheering on Joe. I'd like to see a potential Joe versus Johnny semi-final. Kevin, Corey hasn't been invited, but look, I've always got on well with Corey. Look, I understand what he's done in his life, but you judge people on face value, and he's always been really, really good with me. And he's a phenomenal talent. That can never be questioned. David, he's right up there. I think MVG is the best in the world at the moment, but Gezzy's top three. I think the top three are in a world of their own. We don't know what's going on with his visa. Dirk has just missed a hat for the doubles and finds himself behind. The Sales are in front again. How are we doing, Joe? You're good? I've been loving all the old match play clips as well. The PDC have been posting on Instagram and things like that at the moment.
Just builds it quite nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We normally get the big build-up for the Worlds and not so much the others, but it's nice that these are coming back out the archive.
Yeah.
What really needs to happen is Darts Gold needs updating.
Yes.
They've just got lazy with it, haven't they?
Yeah.
Like, oh, here we go. We can just regurgitate this over and over again, and we don't have to pay anybody to go and filter out or highlight package some more recent events or some different matches. It's like, this exists now. We can just use this whenever we need filler on those channels.
Yeah. Sam, I don't know. I was fully expecting Wade to play. Not Wade, Gezi, sorry. Andy Adrian's just not. He's taken some time away from darts, not playing at the moment. This is a complete Jose performance. This is averaging 109. So that means in the semi-final, he'll average 88.
Where has this come from?
Joe's scoring's been right here. Jose de Souza is one away. Dirk van Dijvenbode averaging 83 after he did 105. Yeah, Charlie, I love the Winter Gardens.
Big test for the crowd this year, I think.
It'll be interesting.
Trying to get one back.
The Ferret.
Would you be surprised if I told you that I've just looked up to see Jose de Souza was on 162 and Johnny Clayton was on 179? No, you would not.
No. I just think Jose's got a new shirt. The back of his shirt's different. It's got some jazzy logo now. Andrew Gelding has one back. So only a hold of throw. And Ryan Joyce is one away from beating Dirk van Dijvenbode. Jose de Souza beats Johnny Clayton.
Where did that come from De Souza? Honestly. So far today, it averaged 98, 96, 87, 92. Bangs in 109. Johnny Clayton has walked into one.
Yeah. To say the least. Joe Cullen's just invited a bit of pressure here. Joe's mismatched darts. Joe should be home and hosed. But someone who is home and hosed is Damon Heta. 6-3 win over James Wade. Is Dirk on a little bit of a charge here? He was in a hole.
When he turns it on, he's just ridiculous. Damon Hatter did beat James Wade, by the way. There goes my prediction. Big leg coming up between Dirk and Ryan Joyce. Then you have to say, if Dirk wins this, he is favourite. A, he'll have the darts. B, he'll have all the momentum. And the scoring power just seems to have returned.
That's the issue. That when he does go berserk, it's ridiculous.
Interesting. An hour ago, the CDC have announced a partnership with US Integrity. They basically operate within sports to ensure you can be licensed to have gambling on your sport in a responsible manner.
Tell me you've got a sponsorship deal with a bookie lined up without telling me you've got a sponsorship deal with a bookie. I'll go first.
Let's watch this back.
Cullen is level with Gilding, but he does have the darts. Oh, Ryan Joyce. Another one that can't gob.
What's he left?
166.
Good hearts.
Dirk's left tops. We've got a new favourite.
I think it's a reaction from a different board that has upset James.
Is it?
Yeah. I'm just watching that typical. If I was still watching that back, then no doubt Joe Cullen would have hit the 9 for the match.
Cullen does get over the line, and Van Dyvenbode blew his chance, Gob. Blew it.
Ryan Joyce gets over the line as well. Interesting lineup we have then. Ryan Joyce, the only unseeded player remaining. We did say it was a chance for an unseeded player as we were breaking down the rounds. Last four of the tournament will be Joe Cullen against Damon Hetta and Jose de Souza against Ryan Joyce.
Oh, my. One of those will be in the Pro Tour final. Shut that window now, no. Just don't think it's a great game, Lee, if I'm being honest.
Final four coming up shortly then. We'll take another quick ad break as it be a few moments for the game to get live. Got any questions for us, drop them in the chat room and we'll be back on the other side of this one. We'll only run the one of them because it is quite a long ad. Welcome back to Pro Tour Live Players Championship number 16 of 30 this year. 2 games to go before, well, 3 games to go. 2 rounds of fixtures before we find out who will lift today's title. and leave sunny Leicester. I say sunny, I presume it's sunny. It's sunny here and it's about 45 minutes away. 12 grand better off.
Yeah.
And our two semi-finals for today will be Joe Cullen against Damon Heta and Jose de Souza against Ryan Joyce. Jose de Souza turning on when it mattered for an 109 average in the quarterfinals to defeat Johnny Clayton.
Cullen Heta on stream board 2. Joyce wins semi-final. He's locked into a world. I think 20 grand will be enough. Probably, yeah. It's just one of those players, isn't he? That just. Yeah, I didn't expect Dirk to play that bad. Look, he came on strong towards the end, but the damage was already done. Oh, James, he probably wouldn't pick either of them. Could you imagine, Gob?
I'll retire.
What if he didn't pick either of them?
No, if that's the world final.
Oh,
My darts will just start and end with the MODUS Super Series at that point. I'll go wait for the ADC.
So both semi-finals now have graphic pages on the stream. Any questions, chat room? Get them in. We'll try and answer them as best we can.
When are the last 3 Pro Euros or qualifiers? 11 and 12 are the 28th of August. And then the very last one, standalone, is on the 6th of September at the Barnsley Metrodome.
Did you say at the Mecca?
I did. Interestingly, the next two, they're not stupid, are they? Two of the last three are in Hildesheim following a Pro Tour, where nobody wants to be.
However, if you want to be on the European Tour, you will be there.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're not dumb.
No.
They get it. Ba, 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 da, ba. Ba, 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 da, ba, ba. Don't you know you pump it up? You got to pump it up. Any more questions? Keep them coming.
I'm not sure we've got any decent nicknames for the Super Series pair.
I'd call Tom Becker the ace.
Why?
Becker, ace.
Backhand.
Forehand smash. To be fair, Jim Mayer, there's something I quite like about him as a player. Look, he's erratic, but when he gets it right, the throw's lovely. But there's a lot of moving parts. So when it's wrong, it's wrong. But when it's on, it looks great. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Don't you know you pump it up? I hated that song so much.
What are you singing it for then?
I've obviously heard it somewhere. It's just going around in my head.
Yeah.
It's one of those songs, wasn't it, that was used as one of the World Championship generic walk-ons. What is going on in the world today? Teenage boy arrested for stabbing his teacher.
Christ.
What is going on in the world? Where are the last 3 Euro tours, Joe? And I'll tell you whether I think he's going to try and qualify or not.
Devin Peterson was out a long time ago. He was beaten 6-1 by Cam Crabtree, I think it was. No, it wasn't. It was Owen Bates. Owen Bates beat Devin Peterson earlier on. 6-1. Sure it was.
PDC European Tour. I think he will try and qualify for 2 out of the 3, Joel.
They're the 2 that the qualifier is together.
No, I think he will try and qualify for Budapest and Hildesheim.
Makes sense to try and qualify for all 3 then, doesn't it?
The problem is we all know that Gary's not the best at travelling.
Yeah.
And Jena is an absolute bitch to get to.
It might be, but for a one-off to get him into another major.
Maybe, but I'm still not sure. Remember, everyone, make sure you drop us a like. Come and say hi. As always.
I was in the sports shop this morning, Lee. A last season shirt for us was on sale at 38 quid. Last season shirt is still 40 quid.
Which I've actually got to say, fair play to Brentford for their policy of keeping the same kit for 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, though.
What, from a commercial point of view, you mean?
Well, from an image point of view, when your star player is currently suspended for offences that are directly proportionate to your sponsor.
Yeah, but there are... It just goes back to the thing, though, doesn't it? It's like bookies sponsor a lot of football teams because that's where most money is.
Yeah.
Is BV still your official betting partner?
I believe so.
Interesting story about that.
What?
About them, you and your betting partner. So remember Jack that used to work for Unibet?
No, never met him.
He used to work for Bet Victor when they were your official betting partner, and he was drunk. And he put it on his account, to be fair, not the Bet Victor one. You know when was it Karius made that howler in the Champions League?
Yeah.
Did a tweet along the lines of special odds that he'll be Liverpool's goalkeeper next year, yes or no? And it got escalated because he worked for your betting partner.
Oh, dear.
However, he got sacked, but then won the tribunal.
He's not done anything wrong there, is he, I guess?
No. I see footy teams. I haven't bought a footy shirt for ages, but see they do like actual, was it proper shirt and then a replica shirt or whatever it is now as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Back when we were young, the shirt was just a shirt. Everyone wore the same.
Yeah, because our official one was like 90 something quid last year. Pro or something, whereas then the rest is a replica.
I just noticed Mr. Cullen's the same. He's got a fine coming as well. More logos on the front of that shirt than there should be. One logo too many on the front, Gob?
Potentially. Let me have a quick look.
I make 5 on the front. Unless they've changed the rules.
Well, suppose the world champ gets Sky.
Yeah, but that's actually in the player's contract that the world champion gets dispensation to have the extra one because it's contractually.
More importantly, who on earth has Joe got on his sleeves? Who's on Colin's left sleeve? Is that just the windmill shirt?
Yeah, it's the blade 6 on his left arm.
And yeah, he's fine.
No, because that's classed as a sponsor.
It is, but windmill were already on his shirt, so it's not a double up.
Yeah, but but you're only allowed their logo once.
Maybe that's the issue then, but everyone else is one of his legit sponsors.
Oh, yeah.
And they wouldn't have oversold.
The reason it's like that, because he's not playing. I don't think he's actually playing in his match shirt. That's one of his replica shirts. But he's got work to do. 3-0 behind in a race to 7. Not a good place to be. Dan, that comes from a man that says you've studied this a lot.
Just a way for them to make more money, isn't it? Two-tier system for...
Yeah.
I think we were one of the first to introduce it the other season as well. We moved to Nike. Controversially, I quite like both our New Balance and our Warrior kits. I'm not that overjoyed with Nike.
Nike always just... Like, we're sponsored by Nike as well, but it just all seems generic.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA do the same thing. That's interesting.
If you can get hold of them. I want a Kevin Garnett or a Paul Pierce jersey for so long.
Who do they play for?
Boston Celtics.
I wasn't being ignorant. I just don't do American
They
sport.
won the championship in 07. They're both retired now. But back when I was playing basketball, I was gagging for a Boston Celtics jersey. Paul Pierce or Kevin Garnett. I think my nan went to New York and managed to get me one.
Yeah, I just
Couldn't get over it anywhere at that point. It just hadn't taken off yet.
Yeah, I just don't do American sport particularly well. Jose de Souza 2-1 to the good. And Joe Cullen's in a hole, which I'm not sure he's getting out of, Gob. The wheels have come off.
He's averaging 83 as well. He just seems to run out of steam here. And the problem with Joe is when the action goes, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, he's got one of those actions that you wouldn't coach. When it's on, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But when it's off, goals are missing. Oh, as well, the ECB, a bunch of clowns.
Why?
You not seen the squad?
Oh, yeah.
No, folks.
I've already had my say this morning. Scored 50 against Notts yesterday. Where was the stat? I think it sums it up perfectly. It is folks' chances. That's the tweet. Just watched George Dobell in his cricketer video, and he said that as a bowler, you need to create 25 chances over a test with Bairstow behind the stumps. If it was Folkes, they'd only need to create 19.
Yeah, that says it all. Dan, everyone loves the Dolphins, but do you have Marino on the back? Dan Marino. Cullen has a leg back.
Their batting averages were within 5 of each other as well. At the minute, in 51 tests, Johnny Bairstow's batting average is 37.2. Ben Folkes in 20 tests, considering he's been asked to go and improve his scoring rate as well, which he has done, is 32.2. There's only 5 runs difference between them, 10 in a test maybe at that point if they hit their average both innings.
Just a joke, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'll say this quietly, but Dan Marino was in Ace Ventura. Dan, he was the one in the film. Ace is out. Die, Dan.
That's the only reason I know him.
Oh yes, go on, Phil.
What?
Rob's question. Well, I think he spelled it wrong.
Not a chance.
Where is it?
I call him Dave. I still love it. Remember when the Chelsea fans did that when they first signed Azpilicueta?
Azer Azpilicueta, yeah. We just called him Dave.
Can't say his name, so we'll call him Dave.
It was around the time that Brexit first started to become a thing as well, and nothing said. We're just that unaccepting of foreigners in this country that Chelsea have just signed a new player who's going in to be their club captain in the future by calling Cesar Azpilicueta Dave because it was easier to pronounce.
Yeah. Who's this? Dave.
Never heard of him, Dan. It's probably why you got him cheap.
Djokovic is set down. Good. I don't like Djokovic.
Nope.
How we doing, darts lad? You're good. Watching on the stream, Joe Cullen's dragging darts a long way south at the moment.
He is, but I was going to say he's back to 4-2. It's 5-2 now. That's a little bit behind. Oh, helps if you click live. Silly. I swear, Johnny Clayton will be, look at this, absolutely miffed.
This is what I said to you, though. Tell me this Jose de Souza without telling me. I said he'd average 88.
Oh, I mean, we talk about Nike. Costello says he ordered customer shoes for himself, gifts for family and friends, employees about a decade ago. Last order, Nike scrap. I won't wear anything other than Nike shoes.
Oh no, I really like Under Armour trainers.
I just find they're more actual running trainers.
Yeah, in terms of like trainer, I'd like the Adidas ones.
I can't wear anything flat, and yours are all flat.
Yeah.
So Nike give you that support with the air range.
Right. Okay.
Even Nike's Air Force Ones are solid at the bottom. They are flat, but they're just chunky enough to give you that support.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm just looking. Yeah. Adidas and Under Armour.
I'm desperate for a pair of Jordan 4s. I love you, baby.
Right.
So one away from the final and looking like he's going to storm that in superb fashion. 6-2 over Joe Cullen. And with the advantage in this leg, definitely Joe Damon has to lose right now.
Yes. Joe Cullen departs. The rock star is beaten by the Heat.
Dan, please don't take this the wrong way, but are you actually a Yeezy man, or have you heard somebody a lot younger than you say that and you thought that was the right thing to interact with?
Oh,
I've never seen Dan in anything but a long coat and jeans. Yeezys are not the look with that.
I know. Tell her my other favourite choice of footwear is Animal.
Your slides.
Yeah.
Wrong. Mine are not. Even my slides are Nike.
No, I do like Animal sliders.
You've actually got Yeezys, Dan. I'm well impressed. For a piece to Salza Joyce. I can't wear Gazelles, they're too narrow. It's almost 1 a.m. Wednesday morning. Of course you're wide awake, Juanita. Damon
Love
Hetter's
that.
in a Pro Tour final.
School holidays as well. Brock, no, look, I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not sure he does.
Five 4 at Ryan Joyce. Do you know what? Putting the music back on. Oh, that's what we need. I'm proper disappointed the one called Feed the Ducks is crap. I'll let you off. He's got 3 pairs lined up by the door. Yes, then, Dan. You ever wonder where your hard-earned taxes are going? Look no further than Dan's shoe collection. Lewis has had a multiple effects, hasn't he? He had management issues at one point, he's had injury, he's had personal issues, then he's had the fact that he hasn't quite lived up to the expectations that I think were placed on his shoulders a long, long time ago. That Gary Anderson, was it the second World Championship final that he played Gary Anderson in? Gary's second win.
Yeah.
That run there sort of flattered to deceive a bit, didn't it? It was like, actually, A.D. Lewis is still in there somewhere.
Yeah.
But he wasn't. Wow, Ryan Joyce 152.
Yeah.
Puts him 1 away. He's now throwing for a spot in today's final. And earlier on, we said, what are the chances of a non-seeded player making it all the way to the final and lifting today's title? Ryan Joyce is a leg away from having a shot at doing just that. He will have to go through Damon Hetter, one of the most consistent performers on the tour so far this year. But relentless, he is relentless in his pursuit of a trip to the final. Well, Charles Barkley's got Air Force Ones for decades, and yes, D-Whip and still love with Joyce. Yeah. After Phil retired, not necessarily. Anyway, you can watch the matches for free, not legally, is the answer to that one. I'm not the whereabouts to tell you how to. Let's put it that way. Who do we think the next breakthrough player will be in the PDC, like the next Josh Rock?
There's a few that have got potential. Owen Bates, Cam Crabtree.
Bates was the one that stuck in my head. I think his A game is just sensational.
Yeah.
The other one's Littler, isn't it? He's still technically not a breakthrough in the PDC.
Yeah.
But I think it's cheating a little bit because he's just going to be a star.
Yeah. As well, when did Jose get so old?
He's always been on. Wow. Back to back. Tom Pluses for Ryan Joyce. A 135 this time to go with the 152 in the previous leg. And he books his spot in today's final against Damon Heta. Get your questions in. We've got about 5 minutes usually before the final goes live, hopefully a little less. We're going to run one quick ad break while I fiddle around with the screens, and we'll be back on the other side of this one.
Take me home, take me on a ride. I got a good feeling about the colors lighting up your eyes. Take me home, take me to the sky. I got a good feeling. Tell me the only thing you are is mine now. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Na, 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 na. I got a good feeling. Good feeling. You.
There we have it. We're back ready to go for today's final, which will be between Damon Heta and relentless Ryan Joyce. Jose de Souza does all the hard work in the quarterfinals of knocking out Johnny Clayton, averaging 109 in the process. I need to average 93 in the semi-finals. In fact, I said we're going to answer some questions, but what's actually going to happen is Phil's going to answer some questions because I'm going to treat myself to go into the bathroom for the first time in 6.5 hours.
Oh, well, Gob goes for a number 2. Come on, get involved, chat room. So, final of Players' Championship 16, as Gob said, Damon Heta, the number 4 seed against the unseeded Ryan Joyce. What are you saying, chat room? Who wins? And if you haven't yet, make sure you drop us a little like and subscribe. Ridiculously. Yeah, it's been non-stop. It was like, was it the Super Series? Got home, flew to Poland on 3 hours sleep, did that, came back from Poland on no sleep, got a little bit Saturday night, directed, I was up at 5 to get to Portsmouth for 7, Monday, back, did the 2 streams, and then was in Portsmouth directing again today. So I will sleep well tonight, buddy. Sleep well indeed. But it's what we do. I'm not moaning. I love every second of it. But I'm just going to catch up on some sleep today. No, I'm not at the Super Series tomorrow. I'm at Super Series on. I'm doing comms both days, both sessions on Thursday, and then driving to Blackpool Friday. Yeah, agreed, James. If he can win the final, it's huge. I look, Nico. Everyone knows that Oasis is my favourite band, and to be fair, I like Liam and Noel solo stuff as well. But look, one day they will play together again. I'm convinced of it. Yeah, look, Jar will tell you, Excalibur. He often questions how I do it. That I run on not a lot of sleep for quite a lot of the year. I can't wait for the M6. Not. My brother saw Noel in New York yesterday. Quality. Look, I was lucky enough. Well, lucky enough in one respect, but it also shows my age. I've been lucky enough to see Oasis play 4 or 5 times, and it's just nothing better. What time will the final be? About 5 minutes time. That's all. Yep. You know, Jar. You know. what we do. But can't wait for a decent night's sleep tonight. Karaoke in Blackpool, you never know. Just have interest. What is everyone's karaoke song of choice in the chat room? What do you smash some vocals out to? Yeah, I hope they do one day. Walkabout on Friday night. Probably walkabout in Pop World with my shorts and flip flops on, Jar. Jerusalem, good choice, Brock. Like that. Fan of that. Yeah, they scuppered it, didn't they, by putting the women's match play on? How dare they? Saturday night used to be the night. Land of Hope and Glory, yeah, not bad. I won't sang the Casbah karaoke, decent. Fan of that. The game has a graphic now, at least on the stream, so fingers crossed, not long before we get this final underway. We're rocking and rolling. Yeah. I always get asked to sing karaoke. Do it, Juanita. Do it. Favorite day of the match play? Oh, the opening night's always special because if everyone's back there, either opening night or semi-final night. Acquiesced, always a tune. Of course, Jar, of course. It was booked the moment I left last year. No, we can't show footage because it's copyrighted. Yeah, look, the Paddy Power socials and content are going to be off the chart. We should ask in the chat room, what's your karaoke song of choice, Gob?
I did 2 in Blackpool last year because I was there at the same time, wasn't I? But I was there for a stag do.
Yeah.
What was the first one? Oh, I did Take You Back. Take That Back for Good
Nice.
on the first day. And then I got a little bit more confident and went and absolutely nailed Living on a Prayer, Bon Jovi.
Strong choices.
But that's tough. That is real. You're straining through that. Like, that is proper tough.
When you did Take That, did you do the traditional version or did you do the Peter Kay Wash Your Back?
Traditional. We were dressed up as Phoenix Knights, Peter Kay.
Yeah. So
one of the lads did New York, New York, but sang Phoenix, Phoenix.
We have pictures.
Entertaining.
Final is underway.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
What else do I like for karaoke? The Kooks, Naive. I love a bit of Naive.
What a tune that! Whatever happened to the Kooks? What a band!
Yeah, that's a great tune for karaoke because it's just got that little bit of twang to it, hasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Boise staying at the same B&B as me, Jar.
What else have I done before?
I've
not done karaoke that often. The other time I did it, we were in Great Yarmouth for a pool event. They put karaoke on next door one day.
Done Bryan Adams, Summer of '69.
Mm-hmm.
I have done Oasis, Stop Crying Your Heart Out.
Oh, what belter.
Yeah.
What a belter of an opening leg, by the way, from Ryan Joyce. That could have been a 10-darter. Instead, it's a 12, and he's 1-0 up. Hold on. Don't be scared.
Love a bit of Shed 7, Chasing Rainbows as well.
Oh, yes. What a tune. That's right up there. Chris Moyle's Radio X show was built around that song when they moved.
Yeah. I remember like 2002, 3 to 6, 7. There were some great bands around that just aren't around anymore. It's just disappeared.
Hard Fight. I loved Hard Fight.
Hard Fight were unreal.
Hard Fight was solid. They not reappeared, but like late 20 teens. Riley's installed a jukebox where we were, and there was quite a naff selection of songs on there, which is how we ended up with what's the Ed song? Oh, where's our playlist gone?
I'm not so much of a fan of their stuff.
Too Many
now.
Broken Hearts by Jason Donovan. That was one of the one songs on Riley's jukebox, so my mate Ed used to just play it over and over again. Now, Pure and Simple's too soft. Bit of 5, obviously. Get a bit of rapping in, you know. What start to this final, by the way?
Early Arctic Monkeys.
Yeah.
The first, I'm not keen on their later stuff, but early Arctic Monkeys were unreal.
Yeah. Fluorescent Adolescent.
Again, I like early Biffy Clyro as well.
Yeah. What else have I done? Karaoke. Oh, when me and Katie went away the other week, last week, went to the beach for the day, didn't we? We're just we're looking for proper sing along, belt it out songs. So we ended up with a bit of Jason Mraz.
Nice.
At one point, I Won't Give Up. Paloma Faith, she can belt out a few. James Morrison.
Snow Patrol.
Snow Patrol, right up there. Still listen to a lot of Snow Patrol.
Jackal and Hyde.
Early Kasabian.
Will he anything country or ABBA? Nice fan.
When Alex Turner first decided to think he was David Bowie, Kasabian were the best band on the planet.
Clubfoot and all that.
Yeah. Well, even when they released 4813 and the one that followed after that, they were right up there. And then Tom decided that he was a wife beater than knobhead, allegedly.
The 1975 I like as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex Turner was the Arctic Monkeys.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh, I thought you were talking about...
Arctic Monkeys were the best band on the planet. And then he just got the whole, I'm better. He got compared to David Bowie once, didn't he? And then they released, what was that album called? It was crap.
Ryan Joyce back in front. Both averages over the 104 mark right now. We will continue the band chat as always.
Was it Tranquility Base and Hotel? Is that what they are? Yeah, Tranquility Base, Hotel and Casino. That was shocking. And the minute they released that, Kasabian were the best band in the world. Life of Riley was awesome. That was the theme tune to the Quickly Kevin Willie Score podcast.
Oh, don't worry, Kevin. I'm with you as well. I'm a huge fan of 80s music as well.
Yeah. We had a lot of Queen on the other day. Bon Jovi.
Rick Astley.
One Hit Wonder.
Whoa!
Every time.
Whoa!
Every time.
He produced some belters. Sonia, yes.
Sonia. I know Sonia, but I can't think why.
Scouser, massive mop of ginger hair as Heta pins the 104 to go 2 apiece.
Oh no, maybe I was thinking Sneak. Maybe. What did I listen to the other day? Oh, you weren't there in Yeovil, were you?
Not on the
I had
Saturday.
DJ Lee playing all sorts, right? Do you know what I got him to play at one point?
Go on.
Louise, Naked.
Tune. See, again,
Followed swiftly by Billy, as she was known back then, not Billy Piper, Because You Want To.
Again, showing my age, when Naked come out, she wasn't Louise Redknapp. She was still Louise Nerding from Eternal.
Yeah. Oh, I'm all over a bit of Bohemian. We're not going as Freddie, though. If someone's dressed as Freddie, that's up to them. Depends on the voice, doesn't it?
Yes.
Busy day for me on Friday.
The Editors. What? Good band.
I'm sure I know one of their songs. Yes, Munich. That was on FIFA Street.
Yeah.
Oasis or Queen? Who's better, Queen?
Oasis.
Queen.
Oasis.
Queen are the greatest band of all time.
Stop it.
They just are.
Stop it. No.
They just are.
Anyway, we'll have some sensible musical chat now.
What was that kook song? Naive?
That's how engaged is the chat room.
Yeah, over something that isn't darts related. We're really sorry, but this is the final of Players' Championship 16.
I tell you what, Ryan Joyce's average has plummeted by 10 points. Yeah, he's still in front.
Yeah, if you're bored, just go and there's a Spotify playlist somewhere of every single song that's ever been on a FIFA game. It's unbelievable. And if you want new music recommendations, I'm not sure if it still exists anymore, but the Soccer AM used to have a playlist of everything they used in the show.
Nice.
Over the last few years. That was really good to listen to.
I tell you, again, 2004, still one of my favourite albums of all time. The Streets, A Grand Don't Come for Free. But you have to listen. But you have to listen to it in its entirety because it's a story. Listening to songs out of tune, they don't make out of sequence. They don't make so much sense.
The Defamation of Strickland Banks by Plan B is very similar to that as well. It only makes sense in order.
Yeah.
Back to the darts, definitely. We will talk darts. Two Door, great tune. Yeah. Stop with the music chat.
We could talk music.
You are wrong. Oasis are fantastic, but in terms of versatility and the front man, you will never ever beat Queen. I don't see two different musicals in the West End of Oasis songs, do you?
I can't remember the last time I went to the West End, so I couldn't tell you. It is 3 apiece, and you just feel that right now Heta is playing better. You just get the sense he's going to carve an opportunity here. And that is a mistake from Joyce. Huge maximum from Heta. And this is the opportunity. This is for the break. And to go to the halfway point. And it goes. Heta leads. And the average is back over the ton mark. And Ryan Joyce is dipped below 90. Huge moments here.
Oh, I know this. I'm not going to get it though. What a quiz question that is. Ooh, Damon Heta. Oh. No, put me out of my misery, Kev.
To be fair, the film Bohemian Rhapsody is good. I like the film.
Fantastic watch. I saw We Will Rock You live twice as well. I'm pretty sure the first time was Adam Lambert as well before he actually linked up with Queen.
The only musical I've ever seen is The Lion King. But I really want to go and see Cursed Child, but I just haven't had a chance.
2 parts as well in it. You've got a book on all day, or Saturday, Sunday in it, or Sunday, Monday, whatever it is.
Heta's bust 70. This will be interesting.
I'm not even watching anymore because I've been pissing around.
Surely he's got to have gone. He's either hit double 15.
No, he's hit treble 18. He must have hit single 16. Outside,
Double
he drags it
16.
low. Or drags it so low.
Oh,
Pings it next time, though. Smile, that's the one. Because weren't they they were dental students, weren't they? One of them was. Or I made that bit up.
but this time he does get the 70 and it 54 double 8. Yeah, Jar, I really want to go and see it, but it's just timing it, getting the timings right with the person that wants to go watch it with me as well.
Pay someone else to sit here and we can go for the next Pro Tour. Have you done the tour yet?
Oh, 2 or 3 times. But
Yeah.
I want to go back because
Gringotts is there now, isn't it?
Gringotts wasn't there last time I went.
They were just finishing the Forbidden Forest last time I was there.
Yeah, I've done the Forbidden Forest.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that I absolutely love Harry Potter.
They were on Netflix, weren't they? So I made Katie sit through 1 to 8 the other week.
Is she a fan though?
No.
Sorry, then you're gonna have to terminate ties.
Yeah,
By the rules.
but I'm not a fan of her cat, so it's 50-50.
You sound like Ron and Hermione. He wasn't a fan of Crookshanks either.
Oh, has he gone for that?
I'll tell you in a second, but I think he has. I think he's gone treble inside.
Tell me, I'll tell myself.
Yeah,
Yeah, first 2 are in. Is that poor board management?
Yes, it is. That last dart has to be a safe dart at the double.
That was it. Roger was a dentist. Yeah, he was studying dentistry.
By the way, if anyone is going to New York, you have to go to the big Harry Potter shop. It's amazing.
I think I've been to all of the UK-based ones. Do you know what amazes me? Is there isn't one in Oxford.
Is there not?
No. Everything's London. It's King's Cross, and then it's the studio.
Or the one at Terminal 5, Heathrow.
Yeah, and then Primark's got a massive selection upstairs on Oxford Street.
Yeah.
But yeah, considering a lot of the scenes were shot in the colleges in and around Oxford, not a single Harry Potter store to be found. Well, there wasn't last time I was home.
Honestly, Teresa, it was amazing. Yeah, there is one in York, and we are there for the seniors in September.
Yes.
Ryan Joyce has one back at 78 is huge. That setup dart from Ryan Joyce for tops was brilliant. The dart is literally begging just to be stacked one on top, and that's exactly what he did. Opinion on Gary Anderson? legend, one of the best of all time, and just a nice guy.
He just wants to play darts. Is there one in Blackpool? There's like a mini golf that's wizard themed, isn't it? Is that officially linked, or is that?
No, I think it's a rip-off. It's like Fogwarts or something like that.
Damon. We need them back to back, pal. Is it? It is at this point. I have just realised this is an Ashes match, and as brilliant as Damon Heta has been so far, come on, Ryan Joyce, fire up, son.
What, do you like my notebook?
I've still got Jennings. My old one's still here. No. I do have the Quidditch balls on display. They're solid as well. That'll hurt if I throw it at you.
Yeah. Funny you should say that. It says, do you think he'll go on a long run at Blackpool? I've tipped him to get to the final. However, God, match point incoming. And I want to see if he's missed the 9. It's on the stream. Does he miss it?
What?
Obviously, or does he set it up? I know, he missed that.
Thank God for that. I was pissing around with Harry Potter balls. Why didn't anybody warn me?
However, job done. Damon Heta is the champion of Players' Championship 16. He warms up for the Winter Gardens by hitting the rest for 6 in Leicester.
And out, though, because that's all he's winning. Up the English. They're coming home. I was listening to 3 Lions earlier.
Outstanding.
Thanks.
Congratulations to Damon Heta. Much needed confidence boost.
Yes. Superb. Right, thanks for watching, everyone. That's it. There's no point hanging around too much. Damon Heta is your winner of Players' Championship 16. A few reminders to come. We are in Blackpool all week. Phil will be up there with Lee Boyce content coming for you in the forms of previews, roundups on our website, including any specific quotes pieces from those that say anything controversial, interviews from the winners of every single match, unless something drastically goes wrong. Fallout Bar live every single night from opening night all the way up until semi-final night. Finals night we will review the following day on the live lounge. No live lounge next week because of the fact it is the Betfred World Match Play. So make sure you are following us on all platforms to keep up with that, including the new site Threads, Instagram's version of Twitter. We are live on there, so make sure you head over there and join us as well. MODUS Super Series returns tomorrow morning for the conclusion of Group A. And then for the rest of the week, Phil, you're back there Thursday, aren't you?
I'm back there Thursday doing comms. And everyone, you will see God make his TV debut on Friday, calling in the conclusion of Group C. So if his 180 call is horrendous, you have my full permission to absolutely batter him on social media.
Or not. Could we do that on my second? Could we do it on my second appearance, not my first, please? Yeah, you know, that's the one. Just encourage people to give me abuse. Solid.
No,
that's great.
You know, I'm wishing you all about that. I wouldn't have got you to do it otherwise.
Yeah, true. And if I do forget to count, then it's someone else's fault. And on that note, it is time to end the show. Thank you very much for joining us, guys. We're just approaching the 6-hour mark. Another superb stream. As I said, we're back for all the match play coverage next week. Next Pro Tour is a little while away now, but we will be back for those and the Women's Series as well. Thanks for watching. We'll see you all very, very soon.
Take it to the next level.